Oh, it is. Oh, great. Okay. Well, predictably, because I'm in the United States of America, the most dog shit country on the fucking planet, the absolute worst country on the planet, straight up, bar none, a capitalist shithole. Kaya, now was not the opportunity for you to down. The absolute worst fucking place on the planet. Just a horrific, monstrous, awful, dog shit country that I fucking despise. The absolute fucking worst country that has the most wealth throughout history, throughout time, the wealthiest nation on the planet, and we don't have a fraction of the dedicated broadband speeds that you can get in a fucking village on the countryside of France. Okay? The worst fucking infrastructure, the absolute biggest shithole on the planet. I fucking despise this nation. I despise this country with my entire fucking heart. Okay? We do not have any freedom in this place. We do not have any freedom in this country. I hate this fucking country so much. I hate it with all of my fucking heart. It just sucks so bad. Every time I fucking go anywhere else, I can literally go to a fucking bumfuck hotel in the middle of nowhere, okay, on the countryside, and I can get better, unrestricted, unrestrained, uninterrupted broadband than Los Angeles, California, in one of the wealthiest countries on the planet, in one of the wealthiest states on the planet. California as a fucking state is the 5th largest economy on the planet. This is where Silicon Valley is. This is where all the fucking latest advancements in tech is supposed to be happening. Okay? I hate this fucking country so much. You can be on a fucking mountain in the middle of Norway and get better internet than Los Angeles, California. And this is just like a moment of anger. This is a moment of fucking anger for like something that is just so routine, so silly, such a first world problem. But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby. It's just, you're making her stressed. She just literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom. No, she doesn't want to come over here to see what's up. She just wants to fucking roam the house because she got to roam the house when I was gone. And she needs to literally have the same structured, regimented. I think this clip went to Trump's big baby desk immediately. I hate everything. I hate everything. I hate everything so much. Anyway, as I was saying, oh. Start running ads, take sponsors so you can get fiber. Yeah, I'm not going to fucking do that. All right, let's just continue.
People. Keir Starmer said it was un-British to have so little respect.
The Prime Minister suggests it's un-British to be at this protest on October the 7th. Do you agree with him?
I don't agree with him because it's not un-British to exercise our right to protest, our freedom of expression.
Is this disrespectful, though, to people mourning the loss of life on October the 7th 2 years ago?
It's not disrespectful. It's not a denial of the Holocaust, not a denial of Jewish identity.
Do you condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th?
This man appeared to be an organizer, but didn't want to give us his name.
Are you an organizer?
He's asking. You want to know what I think?
Yeah.
I think the Prime Minister is disrespectful to the thousands of Palestinians who are killed every single day in Gaza. That's what I think.
We love Jewish people.
I love Jewish people.
We hate Zionists.
The war could end today, but Hamas have refused.
This Jewish man came here to share his anger. He told me he feels unsafe in London at the moment.
Yeah. He seems so fucking he feels so unsafe, bro. Yeah. That's what I do when I'm feeling unsafe. I specifically go to a pro-Palestine rally, an anti-genocide rally to agitate, you know? I love feeling unsafe as a as I reveal my pro-genocide position. As I reveal my pro-genocide position at the anti-genocide rally. Oh my God.
The war could stop.
Un-British behaviour, as Keir Starmer very Britishly put it. Okay, these people should be under arrest for incitement. They could do this October 5th.
Serious question. I do not know how to answer the argument for when people say you're gay. Why do you support anti-LGBTQIA migration? The fuck? There is no marker of like who gets to fucking migrate to this country. What are we talking about? There is already homegrown and much more successful anti-LGBTQIA positions held by the current population. Okay? That's ridiculous. People are complex. They're fucking human beings. Some of them are not going to agree with you. The notion that all of these people that are coming in are anti-LGBTQIA and they're specifically migrating to this country to represent anti-gay, anti-queer attitudes is so fucking laughable. It's no different than people being like, why are you anti-genocide? Hamas would throw you off of a rooftop. It's basically that, but on the issue of migration. And it's most commonly advanced by people who themselves are fucking anti-gay and anti-queer. Ridiculous. I can't speak for the UK, but Muslim populations in the United States of America also are way more fucking open-minded to gay people than white evangelical Protestants are, by the way. Not only that, but also they don't even have any sort of outsized representation in the same way that the most consequential anti-gay group has. It's ridiculous. They're not open-minded. They're just biding their time until they're the majority. Please don't spread lies. Dog, you're talking to someone who you are suspecting, I guess, of also doing the same thing. Do you think I'm lying about my pro-trans position and waiting for the Islamic Sharia to kick in? Is that what you think? I'm doing taqiyya? Is that what it is? Before we permaban you, please explain your laughable position. The evil white evangelical Christians you speak of literally let gays married in the first place, dumbass. Who is a larger force of anti-queer sentiment in this country, in the United States of America? Muslims or white evangelical Protestants, who are the number one hurdle against the legalization of gay marriage? You've already betrayed your position by saying, let the gays get married. What have they done to be a hurdle? Are you fucking oblivious, dude, to all of the think tanks and the right-wing Christian nationalist fucking advocacy groups that have unironically, actively, before Obergefell, spent all of their every waking fucking moment attacking gay marriage, talking about what's next, allowing men to marry dogs? That was a dissent on Obergefell from a Christian nationalist psychopath who happened to be a fucking Supreme Court justice, as a matter of fact. His name is Anthony Scalia. He died. You're literally just fear-mongering? No, dude. If you are experiencing fear when I am delivering an accurate reflection of the political forces in this country, then you correctly understand that it is worthy of some semblance of criticism or fear. You just don't want to fucking admit it because you have some false notion in your brain that actually the white Christian, the white evangelical specifically, the white evangelical forces in this country are actually a lot more open-minded. And you want to feel that way because you are fearful of people that are coming from outside the country. Okay, that's the only reason where you're like, oh, well, those are the guys that I do know. And I wish this country was just entirely comprised of people like that. This is a recognition. When you say this is fear-mongering, especially because I'm not actually fear-mongering, I'm just giving you an accurate reflection of events, okay? This is simply a recognition. Evangelicals are at 36% in terms of accepted. 61% of evangelicals believe that homosexuality should be discouraged. There are more good than evil people. Yeah, I know. But the same goes for Muslims too, which seemingly is not something that you believe because you think all Muslims that are coming into this fucking country are actually secretly biding their time by the way that you, by your own admission, they're biding their time until they're the majority. Okay? You have a different set of expectations for Muslims, knowing full well that Muslims have a higher percentage of acceptance for homosexuality being accepted at 41%, okay, than evangelicals do. And that is precisely the fucking reason why you're like, oh, well, they're just like faking it. They're just hiding it. They're faking it. The moment that motherfuckers actually see the data on this stuff and they still go, nope, don't believe it, is a moment where you're just lost, okay? You're fucking lost. Even if Muslims had a higher percentage of homophobia than evangelicals did, which group has outsized representation in Congress? Muslims or fucking evangelicals? They're consulting Israeli VTubers about you, Lazan. Nook Stocko says someone in the government reached out to him about Hasan in preparation for the congressional hearing, asked if I could provide evidence behind these bullet points, and I complied. I was more than happy to assist in any way that I can. The American Congress is reaching out to pedophilic Israeli VTubers in an effort to develop talking points about me. Oh my Lord, we are so fucking lost.
And believe, I mean,
evil people may be the loudest, but they aren't the majority. You need to highlight good people who are doing the right thing more often. Dog, you're an evil person. This is an objectively evil statement. Okay? I need you to understand something. You need to immediately stop thinking like this. The notion that the notion that like Muslims are not open-minded and they're just biding their time until they're the majority, only to fucking turn around and be like, well, when we're talking about evangelical Christians, evil people may be the loudest, but they aren't the majority. You need to highlight good people who are doing the right more often. Like, we started here because you made this statement when I was talking about how Muslims in the United States of America not only do not have like any sort of significant political representation, they're not exactly movers and shakers in American politics, but also on top of that, they are more open-minded. You can't compare a subgroup of Christians like the WECs, white evangelical Christians, to all American Muslims. The apt comparison would be the Salafists, who are even worse. Yeah, except the Salafists in America are virtually non-existent, dumb fuck. That's my point. The reason why I'm comparing the entirety of the Muslim population of this country is because even then they have no political representation whatsoever. And if you're going to talk about Salafists, are you out of your fucking mind? In the United States of America, you think there's any sort of political representation for the fundamentalist version of Islam? Are you out of your fucking mind, chatter? I know who I am. You don't. You don't know me. I don't even think you're evil. You know that? I would never say you're an evil piece of shit. Okay, well, thank you for not saying that I'm evil. Having said that, this is an objectively evil statement. The notion that people that it literally betrays everything else that you said in defense of evangelical Christians. Do you not see? This is an objectively evil statement. Saying that a group of people that are coming in here are actually secretly, they secretly have a takeover ambition. That is an objectively fucking heinous thing to say. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. Okay? Lol at the fantasy of Congress asking a cartoon for help. It's not wrong. I wish I was. I literally wish it wasn't the case. Look at what happened in Lebanon, Black September. Okay, dude. Suck my fucking dick. Seriously. All right. Enough. 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 I wish it wasn't the case, but it is real. It's not a fucking argument, okay? You're just trying to come to terms with your fucking racist-ass opinion. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm arguing against your fucking delusions. Wake up, dumbass. Also, Black September wasn't in Jordan. Wasn't in Lebanon. It was in Jordan. You did not get into the logs, but this guy's also against Irish unification. Oh my God. Is that a fucking Protestant living in the north of Ireland? Is that what it is? Almost always motherfuckers that actually come from, they just straight up have the worst positions. Like people who are like pro-Confederate to this day. Just the worst politics.
October 6th, October 8th, October 9th. In fact, they probably are, and they pretty much have done every day, just as they did on October 7th, 2023. Okay, and to do this today is mere incitement. But Sky have also been inciting, okay, and you only have permission to publish this if you include that.
There was hostility towards the media on both sides.
Please don't get in the face of them.
But they're on a public street in London.
Common decency, don't get in their face.
So the Prime Minister said that this shows a lack of respect and is un-British. Do you agree with him?
I said we're not going to give comment to Zionist.
You're disgusting.
I think condoning genocide is disgusting.
Oh. This video from North London was circulating on social media. A woman cutting down ribbons put up for the Israelis still being held hostage in Gaza.
These protests are now raising serious questions. Where is the line between
It's just like they're still operating on the dynamic that it's like October 10th, 2023. Okay? That's it. They are still desperately trying to go back to a time before people saw how heinous Israel's war crimes were. That's it. And it's like, no amount of like fake victimhood narratives that you present after openly defending a genocide for the past 2 years is going to change people's attitude. No one is going to turn around and be like, oh my God, I can't believe this person was cutting ribbons. I guess we should make it illegal to protest against the genocide of Palestinians. Fuck. It's just bait. It was bait on October 10 too. There was no sincere reason, as we saw for the past 2 years. Israel does not give a fuck about the hostages, right? It's over. Journalists who don't read the news, talking heads that do no research, no, they are not. It's not that these guys are oblivious to the reality. They know what the reality is, but they think they can wish cast an alternative reality. Okay? That's what it is. That's what's going on here.
legitimate demonstration over the war in Gaza and anti-Semitism? And what is acceptable on the streets of Britain?
If this is un-British, what can the British government do about it? Becky Johnson, Sky News, sent.
What can the British government do about it? Yeah, we must make sure that the British government takes action, please.
Wars on.
Please. After 2 years of war, Israel faces economic headwinds. You say it's over, but aren't you worried that after an agreed upon ceasefire, it'll just be back to business as usual? No, I mean like Israel, no matter what Israel does going forward from this point on, okay, unless they like literally dissolve the apartheid, okay, and offer some kind of like reparations, modest reparations, anything like that. In the absence of that, which is never going to happen, obviously, there is no world in which people will ever look at Israel or even Israelis in the way that they perceived Israel and Israelis in general pre-October 7, 2023. It's just not happening. Overwhelming majorities have seen the heinous war crimes that Israel engaged in every single day and still continues to do so. Okay? People recognize that. People see it. People see how wrong that is. It will never be the same. People will never look at Israel in the same way unless there is at least a concerted effort in trying to do right by the Palestinians, for example. Right? Like, think about Nazi Germany. It took a lot. It took the Marshall Plan. It took a new war being waged against the communist forces in the Cold War. Like, it took a lot for Germany to become like a normal country, seen as a normal country. People are scumbags. God forbid they care about hostages. Both sides are wrong. I know, man. Why doesn't anybody ever think about the poor Nazis in Nazi Germany? You know, both sides are wrong in the Holocaust is obviously a fucking ridiculous statement, right? There is no both sides in a genocide, okay? There is no both sides in a genocide. It just doesn't work that way. Nobody thinks that you're brilliant for this take. Nobody thinks you have actually a moral position here. Things have changed. Things have rapidly changed. And even on October 7, 2025, it's no longer the same as October 7, 2024. Okay? Your take on this is so hypocritical. Lead by example. Show some respect for innocent Israelis who were killed and taken. That takes nothing away from condemning the genocide. Wait, what? Way to lose normal people? Why cut down ribbons for hostages? Be a normal fucking empathetic person? Dude, 2 years. 2 years of genocide. They are simply using October 7 as a pretext, October 7 as a response, as a reason for why Israel has been able to engage in a genocide for 2 fucking years. That is precisely what this is. While Israel has simultaneously shown that they do not give a fuck about the hostages at all. They have killed so many of the hostages. If you cannot comprehend that this is a mere talking point to advance Israel's genocidal ambition, 2 years after October 7, you will never understand it. Okay? I want the Israelis, which, by the way, at this point, the Israelis that remain are prisoners of war, okay? Because all of the civilians have been released, the ones that Israel didn't kill anyway, because Israel did kill a whole bunch of the hostages. But the remaining Israelis are actually members of the IDF. They were kidnapped from a tank, for example, if you could ever kidnap someone from a tank. Okay? And even then, I want them to also return to their families, just as I want the 10,000 Palestinians that are kept under administrative detention to be able to return to their families, just as I want the apartheid to end. But do you see the ginormous asymmetry there? This is not hypocrisy. This is an accurate reflection of events. Why Frogon is no longer a mod in this channel? That's not the case. Unless she personally unmodded herself. She is still a mod in this channel. Frogon.
Multiple fronts, increasing international isolation, and yet the Israeli economy appears resilient.
The investors of the world, get on board now, because we're about to take off.
In the immediate wake of October 7th, Israel's main stock index crashed by some 23%. 2 years later, it's at a record high, up.
Things never change. Have you seen Attack on Titan? Eren Yeager is Israel. Frogon got cooked by H3H3. How are you anti-Israel, but also still fucking... What the fuck is happening here? You're anti-Israel, but you're also simultaneously like taking the position of the person who is behaving as a pro-Israel voice, actively trying to deplatform people who are anti-Israel voices. I will never understand the mindset. I will never understand what's going on in people's minds. But I guess October 7 has brought back a lot of people in here who think that there is like renewed confidence in the pro-Israel position. There is none. Okay?
More than 200%. After an anemic 2024, the OECD is now forecasting Israeli GDP growth of 3.3% this year and 4.9% for 2026, some of the highest rates in the developed world. A ceasefire with neighboring Lebanon and the end to a relatively brief air war with Iran, a relief to investors. But those wars and the war in Gaza are expensive. As of August, the multi-front conflict had cost some $89 billion. The takeover of Gaza City is estimated to potentially end up costing nearly $30 billion. To help pay for it, Israel's VAT was raised by 1% at the start of 2025. The country's debt level.
The only reason why they can get away with just raising the VAT by 1% and continue all systems go is because we are fronting the fucking bill, dude. We are fronting the fucking bill. For the most part, is the U.S. money and the U.S. bombs and the U.S. subsidies that go to Israel to carry out this unlimited genocide of the Palestinians. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Israel is the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. aid. Total aid from 1946 to 2023 by fiscal year, constant 2022 dollars, reaches $300 billion, okay? Almost $100 billion in economic help, in economic aid, and then another $200 billion in military aid. This is till 2023, by the way. That has also exploded post 2023 after October 7. What the fuck? Did my internet go out again? I'm going to fucking lose my mind. What is happening? No, it's okay. Okay, my chat went out for a second. Okay, great. And obviously the neighboring Egypt, being the second largest recipient of cumulative aid, of course, is also aiding and abetting Israel's ambitions in the region too. That's another part of the puzzle too. So they are kept servile and don't actually offer any sort of support to the Palestinians. I'm going to fucking retweet Governor Gavin Newsom's press office. Yeah. Post 2023 numbers. Since October 7, 2023, the U.S. has poured between $31 to $34 billion into Israel's war on Gaza and related military operations across the region. According to Brown University Cost of War Project, roughly $21.7 billion went directly to Israel in military aid, while an additional $12 billion funded U.S. operations in Yemen, Iran, and elsewhere. These figures exclude tens of billions more in pending arms deals, underscoring Washington's central role in sustaining the war and the wider regional escalation. More than 5.27 million people have been displaced in Gaza and the wider region, including Iran, Israel, Lebanon, and the West Bank. More than 236,000 Palestinians have been killed or injured in Gaza alone. Some 17,000 more were killed or injured in Lebanon. Thousands more have been killed in Yemen, Lebanon, and Syria. The Cost of War Project also notes U.S.-backed Israeli military operations since October 7, 2023 will lead to a far higher indirect death than direct death rates. From 2020 to 2024, private firms received $2.4 trillion in contracts from the Pentagon, approximately 54% of the department's discretionary spending of $4.4 trillion. The expanding tools of political influence used by the arms industry include extensive lobbying, millions in campaign donations, the revolving door, funding think tanks, and involvement in government advisory committees. Military spending produces an average of 5 jobs per $1 million. The same investment in other sectors create more employment, nearly 13 jobs in education, 9 in healthcare, and 7 to 8 in infrastructure and clean energy.
Meanwhile, has gone from 60% of GDP to 70% over the past 2 years. The calling up of hundreds of thousands of Army reservists has not only hit productivity, but also sparked a brain drain in the critical tech sector, which accounts for 20% of GDP and 56% of exports. In the first year of the war, more than 8,000 tech workers relocated abroad. Most costly, though, may be Israel's loss of standing on the international stage. Tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians have been slaughtered in what is increasingly recognized as an ongoing genocide in Gaza. Norway's sovereign wealth fund, the world's largest, has divested from a number of Israeli firms, citing ethical standards. Meanwhile, the European Union, Israel's main trading partner, is threatening to increase tariffs on Israeli goods.
We regret having to take.
Why you want America to collapse when it gave you everything you can dream of? What are you talking about, man? Oh. What the fuck's going on today, dude? I don't want America to collapse, you fucking idiot. I want America to do right by Americans. America is collapsing regardless of what I say or do. I want to stop that. If you can't see that America is currently in the process of collapse, I don't know what to tell you. Stream goes down one time and the craziest chatters start pouring in. I know. I don't know what's going on today. It's been worse than it was before, for sure. Maybe it's because like I didn't get to read chat that much when I was live from France on Sunday or something. But I think maybe it's because, like I said, it's October 7, so we got like a bunch of fucking additional rage baiters in the chat today. All the freaks are out.
This step. However, we believe it is both appropriate and proportionate given the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Israel has not yet lost its most important ally and patron, the United States, which provides some $4 billion in funding per year. But even that could change. Recent polling shows a dramatic shift in U.S. public opinion, with a majority of voters now opposed to sending Israel any more military or economic aid.
Many American Jews sharply.
Most American Jews say Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza. This is the other side of the story, for the record. Okay? This is the other side of the story. It's that, like, Israel is such a blight that it is losing the most propagandized population. Israel is losing its most directly propagandized population in the United States of America. Okay? Because remember, a lot of people live in the heartland and don't understand, like, they've never encountered a Jewish person or have very limited experiences with Jewish people. But if you live in like New York, Los Angeles, Florida, okay, if you live in Jewish neighborhoods, you know, if you have Jewish friends, you know this. You know that, like, from early on, Israel support is seen as almost a national religion for many secular Jews in this country. And it's like embedded into the collective consciousness by force to the best of Israel's ability. And even then, in spite of the false conflation between Judaism and Zionism that is at every step of the way actively pushed by moneyed interest, American Jews are also recognizing that Israel is committing war crimes against Palestinians in Gaza at 61% and a genocide against Palestinians in Gaza at 39%. With the exception of like evangelical Zionists, evangelical Christian Zionists, Israel is basically losing every single group.
Disapprove of Israel's conduct in the war in Gaza. The latest Washington Post poll of American Jews finds that 61% say Israel has committed war crimes against Palestinians, and nearly 40% say the country is guilty of genocide against the Palestinians. American Jews are particularly unhappy with the current Israeli government. 68% give Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's leadership negative marks, with 48% calling it poor, a 20-point increase from 5 years ago.
You know, David Drucker, so often you will have people on the right, you'll have Republicans saying, oh, those Democrats, they're anti-Semitic, or you'll have people on both.
Dog, you say that. You are the one who says that. You have been saying that. What caused you to change your fucking tune? It's crazy. I feel like I'm watching a totally different news broadcast and not Morning fucking Joe. Yeah, this is Jonathan Greenblatt's favorite audience. How'd this happen? Why is the stream offline? It's not.
Sides have always said that if you're against Israel's policies, means you must be anti-Semitic. Well, in this case, I mean, the numbers are just staggering. 61% of
Yeah. One day, we will all have been against this. By the way, that's what's going on. One day, we will all have been against this. Yeah. Moen Rabbani says, American Jews are Hamas, anti-Semitic blood libel paid by Qatar, etc. One day people will pretend to have been against this. Yeah, I mean that's what that headline implies. That's what it is. I said on the day of our campaign's launch that the genocide in Gaza is a moral test of our time that's rooted in a belief of universal human rights and the belief that every life has dignity. Is why I condemn the war crimes of October 7 and why I'm committed to ending the U.S.-funded genocide in Palestine. Is this Israel's equivalent of the Iraq War? It's worse. One, because it's not the United States of America doing it, it's Israel doing it. So there is like while we know the truth, most people don't recognize that it's like most people think it's a separate entity doing this stuff. And two, it's a straightforward genocide with genocidal intent, openly stated. All war is still done. All imperialism is still done for an extraction of natural resources, colonial plunder. Having said that, Israel very clearly has an ambition to ethnically cleanse the entire land of its native population. So it is a little different in that regard. One, because Israel's not America, at least the way that people see it, right? People see Israel as a separate state, right? So it doesn't have the same allowance that the hegemonic superpower has in terms of engaging in unimaginable death and destruction. But Israel itself has also openly stated that its desires are to purge the land of its native inhabitants.
of American Jews think that Netanyahu's government has committed war crimes in Gaza. Almost 40%.
Also, yeah, Norm had a really funny take on this. He said, the question the whole world is asking, when Van Jones fucks his mistress, does he wear the yellow ribbon? I've never seen Norm pop off like this before. Yeah, this is these get even funnier when you remember he's dictating them over the phone to the assistant that runs this account. Why is Van Jones wearing a pimp blazer when he's so obviously a high-priced call girl? Oh my God. He does. He calls up his assistant. He calls up his assistant and dictates word by word. Speaking of Van Jones, you got to be genocidally horny to follow the AI IDF Babes account. Van Jones came out with an apology after he said that. After he said those heinous words on the Bill Maher show, you know, making a joke about Israel's genocide of Palestinian babies. Like he openly fucking expressed in perhaps the most callous ways that Israel was killing babies, but that it was actually not the act of the killing of babies that was making people angry. It was the fact that people were seeing it on their timelines. Why were they seeing it on their timelines? Because of Qatar and Iran. That was the argument that he presented on the Bill Maher show, where he callously stated, dead baby, dead baby, dead baby, Diddy, to thunderous applause and laughter. And claps in that fucking room. To speak on how Israel had lost its popular standing in the United States of America. But then Van Jones turned around and said, yeah, I messed up on this one. Here, if you want to see the video, let's watch it again. Van Jones warns of Iran and Qatar's social media campaign.
Isn't part of that because we had to fold everything into critical race theory, and somehow the Middle East became part of,
like everyone is expressing their own personal pet project here. Bill Maher is saying, oh, it's because of DEI and critical race theory. Okay. And Van Jones has to retaliate because he's, he's supposed to defend that. That's like obviously that's a liberal position, and he still has to maintain his like liberal bona fides, right? So he turns around and goes like, oh no, it's not a DEI thing.
I see it differently. I love this conversation because I think people, those of us who went to college, give a lot more credit to college courses for how the world works than I do. This is not about critical race theory on college campuses. This is about Iran. Iran and Qatar have come up with a disinformation campaign that they are running through TikTok and Instagram that is massive. If you are a young person, you open up your phone and all you see is dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, Diddy, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby. That's basically...
Remember, who killed the babies? Who killed the children in Gaza? Who? Was it Iran and Qatar that killed the children in Gaza and then made it seem as though Israel was killing them? why are people seeing the mutilated flesh of children with regular frequency and going, oh my God, this is demonic. The fact that like a government is doing this and the fact that our government is actually defending it and supporting it materially is unacceptable. This is not about Iran or Qatar. The audience is so fucking stupid. They're just laughing at the Diddy part because sex crime, gay funny. No, I know. Well, they're also a paid audience. You have to remember. Okay. So like there is no world. Can you imagine? The Holocaust is seen as an atrocity because of paid Jewish media. Okay, it's seen as an atrocity because of paid Jewish actors that make you look at dead children, dead Jewish children. Like if you were to say something like that, you would not have a fucking CNN job. Okay. You would not. You would never be able to retain a serious CNN job ever again. You would be correctly seen as a fucking Nazi. You wouldn't just have a CNN job. In previous years, you probably would have no job at all. Nowadays, you can probably get an independent media job after saying something like that, as many independent media figures do say things like that. Okay? But of course, when you say this about Palestinian children, it doesn't fucking matter. So should we never explain things if people are going to clip and lie? They were already lying and planning anyway. What are you talking about? Oh, are you responding to the chatters who are saying, oh no, that's going to get clipped out of context? Yeah, I know. I don't give a shit what people say. They already clip me out of context all the fucking time. It's completely ridiculous. It is completely unacceptable. Adam Johnson also points out the ridiculous nature of this. The most underrated, sinister part of Vangelis making light of dead Gaza babies is he was doing so in a comment defending DEI. Elon already retweeted the clip from. What are you fucking talking about, dude? The cognitive dissonance energy required for progressive accept Palestine rhetoric in the coming years is going to rip a hole in space-time. Progressive accept Palestine used to be a relatively easy position to abide by because of the concerted effort from advocacy groups. Nowadays, it's virtually impossible to maintain that perspective. Because most people understand exactly what the fuck is going on. So if you're like in any way, shape, or form, like actually progressive, you can't get away with this kind of sentiment. You can't be making light of victims of a genocide.
That's not DEI. That is a geopolitical adversary that is deliberately trying to divide the West against itself.
That view is not.
Yeah. Now, that in and of itself is not the end of that story, okay? With respect to Van Jones, he also then turned around and said, yeah, I messed up on this one, okay? And I'm sorry. I was trying to raise awareness about foreign adversaries creating chaos online, which is undermining democracy everywhere. But what I said was easily misunderstood, and the way I said it was flat out insensitive. Babies are dying every day in Gaza. Nobody should dispute that fact or make light of it in any way. To the people living in fear and burying family members every day of all ages, I apologize. Now, even in his apology, he's doubling down, claiming that it's not the actual dead children that is pissing people off and making people hate Israel because Israel is killing the children. It is the fact that Qatar and Iran is showing the dead children. That is the reason why people are pissed off at Israel. It's such a stupid position to arrive at. Like, because if you are to believe this position, you have to say, oh no, people would actually be totally fine with dead children. It's just like that Qatar is showing it. Qatar is actually in the wrong. Iran is actually in the wrong for showing people. If we were to take this premise at face value and assume it's correct, even though it obviously isn't, especially because it begs the question, if Iran is capable, if Qatar is capable of this kind of propaganda, why the fuck are people not more pro-Iran in America, for example? They have this immensely sophisticated propaganda tool, and seemingly they're not using it to make people pro-Qatar and pro-Iran. How stupid of them to use this incredible network of propaganda that they have at their fucking disposal and not use it for their own benefit. I guess the reason why, and by the way, that was the ContraPoints position too, which is so stupid. Hasbara points. But it makes it even sillier when you realize that, like, he said those things because Israel wants him to say those things, okay? Pro-Israel advocacy groups want people to think that the real issue here is not Israel's genocide, but the real anger towards Israel is actually a concerned effort from Qatar and Iran. A propaganda, okay? You know, Hasbara Point shit talks to you on Blue Sky. She's so funny. Yeah. Why can't she do this on Twitter, I wonder? It's just interesting. Who cares? Anyway. And Adam Johnson also correctly points out, notice how this non-apology continues to promote the conspiracy theory Americans are outraged by Gaza because of foreign adversaries, just as mega billionaire and biggest private funder of the IDF, Larry Ellison, buys and controls the TikTok data and algorithm. As of July 2025, Israel had killed at least 18,500 children at least. Roughly 1,000 were under the age of 1. Roughly 1,000 more were between 1 and 2. The idea that you need a foreign adversary to generate outrage over this is both horribly glib and stupid. Van Jones, I wonder why so many Americans see dead Gaza babies on their social media timeline. Must be foreign adversaries. He is a stooge for corporate interests and whoever pays him, okay? It is not an accident that Van Jones got $100 million from Jeff Bezos. Okay, this isn't to say Jeff Bezos is super pro-Israel or whatever, but it is to simply show you that he is a corporate man. For those of you who don't know, he did literally get $100 million from Jeff Bezos straight up. No holds barred, no questions asked. Because he's a fucking shill. And what's even more interesting is that back in the day, he used to be a Maoist third worldist. In 2003, and I didn't know this either, Van Jones recorded a rap album where he called for an end to the Israeli occupation and the right to return for Palestinian refugees. Nowadays, he makes fun of dead babies in Gaza for late-night TV laugh tracks.
The rights of the Palestinian people being respected. And at this point, the end of the occupation, the right of return for Palestinian people, these are the critical dividing lines, global dividing line questions of human rights. We have to be here. No American would put up with an Israeli-style occupation of their hometown for 53 days, let alone 54 years. We see violence against poor people and poor people of color within the U.S. border, at the U.S. border, and beyond the U.S. border. And you see U.S. tax dollars funding all of it. And so we have, this now global struggle against a U.S.-led security apparatus and military agenda that impacts people here and impacts people around the world. And I think that we need to see our problems as linked.
All right, Van Jones, thank you.
Is this real or AI? No, it is real. People don't fucking know that he used to be a Maoist third worldist. When he was in the Obama administration, Republicans literally constantly talked about how he was a Maoist third worldist and how Obama had surrounded himself with radicals. Van Jones literally used to be once again, I'm going to say this, a Maoist third worldist, okay? And as Maoist third worldists often operate, I mean, he didn't exactly have a penchant for making rap beats or making music at all. This is not even him rapping at all. He's just simply talking about the situation of colonial occupation in Israel. Yeah, here.
Now, if students can do that in 1960, students can do that in 1970. Now, if students can do that in 1960, if students can do that in 1970, if students can do that in 1985, 86, in 1993, when we have the United States building a concentration camp for black people who have done nothing wrong but get sick and want justice. That's all they've done wrong. If we can't close that death camp, if this generation cannot prevent another Japanese American internment in our lifetime, we should all get haircuts and go get regular jobs and give it up.
Seems like he got that haircut. Seems like he got that haircut. What in the Fetterman? No, this is not. This is beyond Fetterman. He's just a grifter. A lot of people don't remember this. I've talked about this before. Kirsten Sinema also was she wasn't like a Maoist, but she did use like Maoist third worldist English, Maoist third worldist language when talking about America. Like she was a fucking anarchist. Kirsten Sinema too. I'm not saying that, yeah, she was a green anarchist. Jim Cramer. Oh, yeah, Jim Cramer was a trot. That's another one. Van had his eyes opened by internal thought and a mere $100 million from Big Bezos to carry the corpo line that includes supporting Israel. How can you critique a man for selling his personal ideas for easy 9 figures? No, I mean, he already had that transformation from prior to the $100 million. He got the $100 million because he had already fully formed into this servile being for all corporate interests. Kirsten Sinema's anti-war activist passed under scrutiny as she runs for Senate. Sinema, a former Green Party spokeswoman in Arizona who at the age of 25 in 2001 and 2002 ran and lost race for local office as an independent. She had moved to Arizona in 1995 and worked as a social worker. When George W. Bush was elected president, Sinema quickly began to make a name for herself in the Senate in the state with left-wing activism. In the run-up to the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Sinema, then a law student at Arizona State University, was a frequent organizer of anti-war rallies, organizing 15 by the start of the Iraq War. Sinema would later boast on a progressive message board in 2006 of her opposition to Afghanistan from the start and continued opposition, saying she opposed war in all forms. Her biggest anti-war event was a February 15, 2003 protest in Patriot Square Park in Phoenix. Flyers, as first reported by CNN's K-File, distributed by an anti-war group led to Sinema, depicted a U.S. soldier as a menacing skeleton inflicting U.S. terror in Iraq and the Middle East. In her activism for that event, Sinema was willing to work with all groups, including a local anarchist group that helped organize the rally. Appearing on the radio show of local libertarian activist Ernest Hancock a day before the event, Sinema said, "Libertarians, Democrats, Republicans, Greens, Independents, Anarchists, Socialists, Communists, whoever wants to come, they're all welcome." Later, Sinema and Hancock discussed their political views when Hancock taking up the libertarian argument against intervention and raising as a hypothetical against Sinema's worldview if she would oppose him joining the Taliban army. Now, you would say, maybe we do owe something to the world as long as it's nice and sweet and peaceful and what you want to do, Hancock said to Sinema on his show, Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock. Well, it's not so much of a candy cane kind of theory as you're making it stand out, Sinema responded. But I do think that those of us who are privileged to have more do owe something to others. By force, Hancock asked. By me as an individual. If I want to go fight in the Taliban army, I go over there and I'm fighting for the Taliban. I'm saying that's a personal decision. Fine, Sinema interjected. I don't care if you want to go do that. Go ahead. Am I losing my internet again? Is that what's going on? Did I lose internet again? Okay. Oh, all right. Well, my chat went out for a second. Okay. Ties to the far left. But that's Kirsten Sinema. Let's take a look at how the Fox News guys were presenting Van Jones's past.
Should I stay or should I go?
Fox pundit, does Obama have the guts to fire Van Jones?
Should I stay or should I go now?
That's the question we're asking for this segment. Should he stay or should he go? Controversy growing this morning over Van Jones. That's the president's green jobs.
Same asshole, by the way, still at Fox News.
He works in the West Wing of the White House. Here's a look about what all the stir is about. Jones at one time was a self-proclaimed communist. There's a videotape that surfaced from a few months ago using a vulgar word for Republicans. He also said at one point, white polluters are poisoning minority communities. And now there are claims he signed a petition saying the Bush administration knew about the attacks of 9/11 before they happened. I want to bring in Bob Beckel, professor of advanced political studies at George Washington University and a Fox News.
Van Jones worked in the White House? Yes. Under the Obama administration? Yes. I wonder what the slur was that he used when talking about Republicans.
Contributor, how you doing, Bob? Good morning to you.
You too.
All right. Andrea Tantaris, Republican consultant, FoxNews.com contributor. Andrea, good morning to you as well.
Morning, Bill.
Boy, I don't know what we're involved in this. I don't know what we're stirring up here today or what's going to happen as a result of everything that's come out over the past several days with Van Jones. But Bob, answer the song of the Clash.
What? Cracker? Is that what he called Republicans?
Should he stay or should he go?
Oh, well, there's no doubt he should go. I mean, he'll be applying for unemployment come Tuesday morning, but that's not the point. There's a bigger question here, and that is the vetting process here. How did he get through this? And this is not just the White House Obama team vetting. You know, I've been in the White House before. I've been vetted, but by the Secret Service. They're the ones who go through your background checks and the rest of it. And for somebody who's a self-proclaimed communist, if all these things are true that he said in the past, I'm surprised, frankly, that he was given a White House pass, A, and B.
Oh, you just called them assholes. Van Jones' asshole remark, inappropriate. Obama Green Jobs Advisor Van Jones is apologizing for calling Republicans a-holes a month before joining the White House staff in March 2009. His office just sent over the statement from him. These comments made before I joined the administration were clearly inappropriate, and I apologize for the offensive words I chose to use during that speech. They do not reflect the views of this administration, which has made every effort to work in a bipartisan fashion, and they do not reflect the experience I have had since I joined the administration. Also, I mean, this is 2009. Think about how different politics is now. Like, he almost got fucking shafted for calling Republicans assholes in 2008.
On the comment about the Republicans, I mean, truth in lending, I've used that word myself, but with a couple of adjectives in front of it, referring to Republicans. So I don't think that's a big deal.
So you might excuse that, but the other stuff, you're not giving him a pass, are you, Bob?
No, I'm not going to give him. How can you give him a pass? I mean,
Andrea, why is he still around?
Wait, Bob's never used that word to just.
Yeah, this guy is also trying to fake defend. Fox News always used to do this shit where they would have like one panelist that's like fake liberal, really heightening their like liberal credentials, who then also would suspiciously agree to the reactionary position. And you can basically tell because Bob over here straight up said, I be because, Van Jones, black, would be filing for unemployment by Tuesday. You know how those blacks do, that type of shit.
Describe me, right?
Only option.
Of course,
you
All other Republicans. Oh, I thought so. I figured as much. No, I agree. Look, this guy has got to go. Put aside his very obvious political affiliations, his racism, the fact that he was arrested, his ties to the socialist group Storm. Look, Bill, on a day when unemployment is at 9.7%, this guy is tasked with bringing in more green jobs. And
Yeah. Alan Combs is a great example of this, who just basically had to be the fake liberal on the Hannity and Combs broadcast for so long that it may or may not have given him cancer that ended up killing him. He died due to cancer. Straight up.
he's not doing that. And his potty mouth is talking about everything else. And I think this is an opportunity for Obama. I mean, everybody's asking, Obama, where are you? We hear crickets from the White House. This guy promised an era of bipartisanship, of working together with Republicans. He said he'd put an end to this divisive talk. I wonder if Obama has the guts to get rid of this guy.
Well, we've heard from the White House already with regard to the 9/11 document that apparently he signed in 2004. The White House says he did not carefully review that document before he signed it. That group, by the way, says
that's always good.
They contacted everybody. No one's name was on the list that did not want to be on there. Here is Van Jones's latest statement. If I have offended anyone with statements I made in the past, I apologize. As for the petition that was circulated today regarding the 9/11 investigation, I do not agree with this statement, and it certainly does not reflect my views now or ever. Back to Bob's issue, Andrea, about vetting.
Yeah.
How does someone like this get through?
The one thing that is unchanging, even though like you look back at this blast from the past and you're like, wow, like these things were brought up as controversies. The one thing that is unchanging from back then and still exists to this day is Republicans whipping up fake hysteria and manufacturing outrage. Okay. They have never stopped with their cancel culture. They've never stopped with their cancel culture. They still do it to this fucking day. Straight up. And as time has passed, I feel as though Democrats have found in their hearts to capitulate to the manufactured hysteria as time has changed, as their attempts at cancel culture have seen even more victories.
True.
Well, look, Bill, look at the last cabinet appointees that we've seen, from Tom Daschle to Bill Richardson at the highest levels. I mean, these guys were, in the Senate and former governors. The Obama administration's vetting process has massive holes in that. And we know there's no secret there. This is the problem, though, with these czars, because Congress doesn't get to look at them either. So Barack Obama can name all different czars to these positions. I can't even keep up with how many czars we have. But I would say that now we have to look.
They also did get him to eventually. Fucking resign. Van Jones did resign from the Obama admin. The other thing that they also pushed for pretty aggressively was the separation between Obama and his pastor Jeremiah Wright. This is actually a drama channel. You are not going to make me learn the history of Van Jones. I mean, this isn't a drama channel. This is talking about like larger media patterns and the ways in which Republicans and reactionary forces in general actively will manufacture outrage. I'm going back to a different history, a different time where, things were even more innocuous statements were considered unacceptable. But they did get a scalp off of that. Yeah, Glenn Beck gets his first scalp. Van Jones resigns. The reason why I'm talking about this, of course, is because Van Jones's past behavior was used against him, and over time, he became more and more pliant. because he didn't have any sort of real convictions at all. And what convictions he may have had, he obviously cast aside for a buck. And now you got a dude who used to talk about Israel's apartheid, 54 years of occupation at the time, 75 years or 77 years into the future, he's now joking about dead babies, dead Gaza babies. How did that happen?
And believe they have committed genocide. And as we've been saying on this show for a very long time, I fear, as a longtime supporter of Israel, that the Netanyahu government, for whatever gains they make, are causing irreparable political harm here in the United States, among the one country that has been a steadfast defender of Israel since 1948.
Yeah, it's been a real challenge, I think, for Benjamin Netanyahu, and I don't know that he's fully cognizant of it. I've talked to some people in Israel, and some people feel he's aware, and some people feel that there's just
he picked up Maoism when he thought he could gain from it. No, nobody fucking gains from being a Maoist third worldist, dude. Get the fuck out of here. No, I don't think one simply arrives at Maoist third worldist positions for clout or some shit, okay? It's not a profitable position to arrive at. No, he probably was heavily influenced by the Black Panther Party and saw himself in a similar vein, because the Black Panther Party was Maoist. And he probably wanted to be, he probably wanted to see himself, he wanted to be an activist and a figure in the same vein. You don't do that for clout. There's no gain. There is no gain from having a Maoist or worldist position. What the fuck? Especially in a country like the United States of America.
a lot of tunnel vision going on. On the one hand, I don't think this deal would be in the offing without all of the risks that paid off that the Netanyahu government took in going after Israel's enemies, including Iran. On the other hand, there has just been growing dissatisfaction in the United States politically among voters here with how the Netanyahu government has conducted its military affairs. I've talked to Democratic operatives who care about Israel and U.S. support for Israel, who blame this on Netanyahu himself. They go back to Netanyahu's address to Congress during the Obama administration. President Obama, very notably, did not invite Netanyahu to give that speech. Congressional Republicans did, because they were trying to defeat the Iran deal, discouraged President Obama from signing the JCPOA. And that was the first time.
When will liberal media stop pretending that Israel's leaders aren't representative of the Jewish Israeli population? That's never going to happen. I'm letting you know right now. That will never in a million years happen. Okay? Like, you're out of your mind if you think that anyone in traditional news is going to openly reflect on Benjamin Netanyahu's correct statements at the UN General Assembly, where he was like, a lot of people say this is my war. A lot of people say I'm doing this for myself. But the Knesset is fully on board. And Israeli society is broadly on board with everything I'm doing. And he's right. That was like probably the only truthful thing he revealed at the General Assembly. But it's not ever going to happen. These guys are actively trying to check Candace Owens. Oh my God. No, I'm not going to check Candace Owens. Please stop. I am Barry Weiss. I'm listening to these concerns Hasan has and will take them into earnest consideration. Yeah, for sure.
an Israeli prime minister had really become a negative figure in the eyes of Democrats. Then we see over the...
Almost half of Gazans want Hamas disarmed and expelled from Gaza. I don't know where you got this number from, but the population of Palestinians are polled with regular frequency. I suspect that this is probably, if it's a condition to end the genocide, okay? Because in spite of the unpopularity of Hamas in general, the notion that like Palestinians that have Palestinians that have experienced a genocide in the hands of Israel being desperate to end it is not reflective of their attitude towards Israel versus Hamas. You understand that, right? Yeah, 100% of Palestinians in Gaza also hate Israel. Israel is the country that is doing a settler colonial occupation prior to October 7 and has been doing a genocide post-October 7. I do like that this chatter still couldn't say that the majority of Palestinians in Gaza want Hamas disarmed and expelled from Gaza. Like, even in the most favorable position to Israel, this doesn't mean that they actually want Palestinians to be disarmed. Okay? They don't want Palestinians to be disarmed because they think that Hamas is responsible for the genocide. They're so desperate for the genocide to end that they're saying it's fine if the Hamas brigades disarm, if the Al-Qassam brigades disarm as a condition to stop the genocide, because that's how badly they want to stop the genocide. And even while the genocide is ongoing, okay, even while the genocide is ongoing, they're still incapable of they're still incapable of reaching majority approval. You got you didn't get banned, by the way. You can't send a link unless you're subscribed.
Past 5, 6, 7 years, a real change on the American right, where you just have much less support for military involvement overseas and U.S. global leadership abroad. And instead of that just being limited to events like the war in Ukraine that Russia caused unprovoked, instead of that being limited to how we handle China and its designs on Taiwan, that has now bled into American military and diplomatic support for Israel. All of this is to say is that it's not surprising to me that we would see a poll like this, particularly when Jewish voters generally have always been center-left, have always voted for Democratic candidates at every level. And that means that I think the Israeli government and supporters of Israel have to be more cognizant of how the government's actions are being received here. Because when you look at the diminishing support for Israel among other Western nations, the U.S. really is sort of the last line of support, and they can't afford to take it for granted.
You know, there's so many misconceptions in American politics about Jewish voters. I mean, it's running up to the election last time. The Democrats are constantly thinking that Republicans are about to seize the majority of Jewish voters because I guess Donald Trump says so. It's 70%. It's 70%, 75%, 80% every 4 years. I mean, every 4 years, it's constant. But David Ignatius, these numbers are not constant. I mean, I was shocked to see that over 60% of Jewish Americans believe Benjamin Netanyahu and his government has committed war crimes. Israel has committed war crimes. Jewish Americans.
Why did Jews vote Democrat? I don't fucking know. Because they like what the Democratic Party represents as opposed to the Republican Party. That's it. A major component to why Jews still vote overwhelmingly Democrat in the United States of America as opposed to the Republican Party is also partially because, like, the issue of Israel is not a partisan issue yet, but two, they don't give a fuck about Israel as much as they care about other shit that the Democrats represent. That's it. Because they're American Jews. They're not Israeli Jews. They are Jews in America.
Coming to that conclusion, it's staggering. And again, the long-term implications for now, this like the group on the left, there are people on the left and on the right now who are hostile to American support of Israel. That has grown. It is no longer the extremists on both sides. That is starting to move toward the center. I mean, the long-term implications for Israel and support for Israel in the United States, if, like me, you're a supporter of Israel, that's pretty devastating.
So these numbers are stunning, as you say. I can't help but think of the way in which Netanyahu, as he was pushing Democrats, began to call more and more on support from Republicans. The moment where he defied Obama and made the address to Congress with Republican support was a very partisan move, something that went against Israel's enormous success in speaking to all Americans across all different parties. That was the center of U.S. support for Israel for a generation.
What is happening?
Netanyahu went
unfollow for fucking with the dog. What are you talking about? Is everybody okay? Someone said to use a shock collar on Kaya. Are people all right? Okay, well, what are you going to do?
Went right at that. And so it's part of what we're seeing. Also, I think...
why would you do that? I didn't. I don't. The fuck are you talking about?
Wars on television, as we've watched, scenes of the bombing of Gaza, is just enormously painful for people. I remember that during 1982 in the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, where people watched on TV a war I was covering in the midst of, and their impressions back home, the anger, the disappointment was palpable. And that's part of what's happened as American Jews, and the whole world has watched this war. However justified it may be to go after Hamas after October 7, the images just piled up day after day. And it is extraordinary, Joe, as you said, 61% of American Jews saying they think war crimes were...
They always get bored when they can't clip you, so they make shit up. Yeah, it's whatever.
I thought I'd never see a number like that.
Yeah, I thought I never would either. And I think what's so damning is the fact that, yes, after the heinous terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel, against raping Israeli women and burning Israeli grain.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I'm skipping this shit. All right, let's get back to America Israelifying at an alarming rate. Illinois aims to stop Trump from sending National Guard troops to Chicago.
Now to the latest on President Trump's effort to send National Guard troops to tackle crime in Democratic cities. Demonstrators in Chicago accuse federal agents of using excessive force, something the Trump administration denies. The state of Illinois, meanwhile...
Is this what you wanted us on? The majority of American Jews are now fiercely anti-Semitic. I hope you're proud. Yes, I am. Dude, what is happening? You should check the Candace stuff, man. Dude, what's going on? What's happening? Are you guys okay? What? I don't give a fuck about Candace Owens, man. This chat has been so abysmal today. I don't know what the fuck's going on. What is fucking happening, dude? Like, look at this. That's Mohammed Hussam Doan. I know you said you don't want to see Candace, but please, you have to see this. She's talking about Charlie spoke to her in a dream. Dude, I don't give a fuck, man. I don't care. Take a fucking week off.
Now suing to prevent the deployment of those troops. Usher Qureshi reports now for us from outside a federal immigration facility near Chicago.
Donald Trump is using our service members as political props and as pawns in his illegal effort to militarize our nation's cities.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker Monday laid out his case against President Trump's attempts to send National Guard troops into Chicago, as state prosecutors sued to prevent that, accusing the Trump administration of manufacturing a crisis in the nation's third most populous city.
The only situations that are out of control are certain ICE and Customs Border Patrol officers who are engaged in shocking overreach.
It follows weeks of sweeping immigration raids in parts of Chicago, leading to, at times, intense protests, mainly outside of the ICE processing facility in the suburb of Broadview. In recent days, the Trump administration has called for the activation of 300 Illinois-based soldiers and potentially hundreds more from the Texas Guard to protect federal law enforcement and property in and around Chicago.
We go in, we will solve Chicago within 1 week. Maybe.
But the president has for months suggested he would consider deploying National Guard members to the city. Citing violent crime rates, local officials say they've been reducing successfully without federal intervention.
It's like a war zone.
To do it, Trump said Monday he might invoke the Insurrection Act, a 19th century law that in some cases allows the president to activate troops to combat acts of rebellion.
If people were being killed and courts were holding us up, or governors or mayors were holding us up, sure, I'd do that.
Now, the Illinois federal judge overseeing this case is expected to hear oral arguments on Thursday.
Oh, my God.
Note that new CBS...
Is there like a fucking LSF video or something? Is that why there's like hella people coming in here and screeching? Is that what's going on? Oh, classic. It started on D, then H3, then LSF is the classic pipeline. gonna fucking die, dude. Yes, I am incredibly abusive to the not only best trained, but also the best behaving and most spoiled dog on the planet. Is from when Kaya yelped. Yeah, she yelped because she fucking clipped herself on something when she was getting off the bed. The fuck are people talking about?
This news polling shows the majority of Americans oppose President Trump deploying the National Guard to U.S. cities. Gail?
I sure got it. Thank you very much.
I was wrong. The new Elsa post is made by Ignignockt. DGAF, same guy that was caught in here a month ago crying at you. Mega decline Epstein Stan. Of course, he's also Crazy Mole Man, the prolific stalker of yours. Oh, there it is. Anyway. There are 4 posts within 20 minutes, bro. Lol. Of course, dude. There is a rabid amount of actual fucking professional haters in here that literally sit around and they just sit in the fucking community and just wait for anything that they can like clip out of context to fucking claim. H3 is getting a lot of what? For using a prong training collar on our new dog. They're looking for any instance of you being abusive because, of course, all anti-H3 rhetoric is your fault. Okay, back to the news, please.
For a second, are you planning to invoke the Insurrection Act? That would be, a very long-standing war of law that's been on the books.
Yeah, well, it's been invoked before, as you know. If you look at Chicago, Chicago's a great city where there's a lot of crime. And if the governor can't do the job, we'll do the job. It's all very simple. They probably had 50 murders in Chicago over the last 5, 6, 7 months. And many people were shot. And then the governor gets up and he says, well, we can handle it. They can't handle it. They don't know what they're doing. The mayor is grossly incompetent. He's at a 4% approval rating in Chicago. He's at a 4%, lowest approval rating, lower than even de Blasio had, which is...
I saw on YouTube that you protesting in France is the same as you doing a public event in America. I don't even know how to respond to those people. Guys, I need you to understand something, okay? There are always going to be people that are psychotically obsessed. Please understand, there are always going to be people that are psychotically obsessed with combing through every single thing that I do to try and make it look like it's a bad thing, even when there's nothing that's going on. Okay? It is what it is. People also said Hasan doesn't want to go to TwitchCon, but he went to Paris to a massive event, as though headlining an event like TwitchCon in the United States of America is the same as going to a country where there are serious gun laws. Okay? A country where there is an unlimited amount of mass shootings that take place is not the same as fucking going to Paris. Okay? People just make shit up all the time. If you want to correct them, you can. But you don't have to bring it in here every single day. There are always going to be people. There are always going to be people that have made it their lives' mission that's it. I mean, these people straight up think that I'm single-handedly responsible. Piece of shit animal abuser. What the fuck is going on? Iran can't retaliate. Who's okay, there it is. This is what I mean. Look. There goes Trump's stock market. Shush. Who's this watching? I came for chair reacts. Iran can't retaliate. They're basically completely destroyed already. Just people who are professionally wrong who come in here with regular frequency. Anytime they want to manufacture some kind of fucking drama. Okay? It don't matter.
Hard to believe in New York. I thought de Blasio would always maintain that record, but the Chicago guy is even lower. So I think that we want safe cities. If you look at D.C., you would right now, Mark, you could go out, take your family out to dinner. You could walk right down the middle of the street. There is no crime in D.C. When I got here, this place was a raging hellhole where people would come from Canada, people would come from other places and end up getting shot. Nobody's being shot. The National Guard's been unbelievable. I mean, they are strong, tough guys. You know, we won something at the Supreme Court, which is a big deal. Merit. Everything now in this country is merit-based. I didn't think I'd ever see it again. And we have our soldiers are merit-based, too. And they're central casting. And they walk through that town, and I'll tell you what, this place is safe. It's beautiful. Now we're in Memphis, and the same thing's happening. You're getting the reports. The bad guys are saying, we don't want anything to do with this. And we're removing many people. In D.C., we took out 1,700 career criminals and sent them back to the countries from which they came, mostly led out by Biden and his people that had an open border policy.
We begin this hour with the latest on the Trump administration's growing push to send troops into U.S. cities. The state of Illinois and the city of Chicago filed a lawsuit yesterday to stop the president from deploying hundreds of National Guard troops there. And in Oregon, a federal judge blocked a similar deployment to Portland. The president is now threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act to go around the courts. Adam Yamaguchi is in Portland. Adam, good morning. So what are you seeing there?
Good morning. While the president has called Portland a war-ravaged city, protests have been relatively peaceful during the day and confined to an area about 133. It is a city of 133 square miles. It's all been confined to this one city block. Last night, we spoke to protesters on both sides of this issue, and they agreed that the demonstrations remain relatively calm despite more people showing up later into the evening. During the day, there's been only a dozen or so protesters here blocking the driveway of this ICE facility. And at night, that number grows to around 100. Last night, we asked protesters why they're here and if they're concerned their presence could fuel Trump's argument that the National Guard is needed.
If the National Guard's here and you push all this stuff out, they actually get arrested for the things they do and get actually prosecuted.
Obviously, it's illegal what he's trying to do. The judge has already ruled twice on a temporary restraining order. I wouldn't be surprised if you tried to send in troops.
Now, the Portland Police Department released a statement saying that since the protests began in June, they've arrested 37 people. Nate?
Adam, you were in Portland in 2023 covering the effects of the drug decriminalization. How
likely are the possibility of general strikes against this, and would they have an impact? They would if anyone was willing to participate in it, but it's just not going to happen. Okay.
City feel now compared to then?
Yeah, you know, I walked those the same streets that we walked during that coverage from 2 years ago, and I have to say that things certainly Portland still has its rough spots, but things feel much safer. They feel much cleaner. And I talked to my producer about this, and she lives here, and she agreed with that assessment. Nate?
All right, Adam. Thank you.
Minister has done that's making it more difficult to reach a deal?
Say it.
Is there anything that the Prime Minister has done that's making it more difficult or easier to reach a deal?
No, I think he's a great prime minister. I mean, he could represent me anytime. I will tell you, I'm not saying that because he is a very strong, very good leader. He's a nice man, but he could be nasty. He could be very nasty, maybe as nasty as anybody. I think Canada, let me put it this way, I can tell you this because I deal with lots of leaders all over the world. He is a world-class leader. He's a man that knows what he wants, and I'm not surprised to see that he won the election and won it substantially, and I would think he's more popular now. He's a good man. He does a great job, and he's a tough negotiator.
So then what's holding things up? If he's a great man and you want to do a deal with Canada, why aren't you?
Because I want to be a great man, too. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. That could have been good. I think you got that one. That could have been good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Amazing.
Breaking at 8, we start with the latest in the government shutdown. No signs yet of a compromise between Democrats and Republicans to end the stalemate. We are starting to see consequences. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is here with that story. Good morning, Mary.
Hey, George, good morning. Well, 1 week into this shutdown, millions of federal workers hanging in the balance, and we are no closer to a deal to reopen the government. In fact, the parties aren't even negotiating. The president yesterday, though, said he's willing to work with Democrats on health care, the issue at the heart of all of this, suggesting talks were underway, but Democratic leaders were quick to point out that's not true, that negotiations aren't actually happening. Trump then walking that back, saying he's willing to work with Democrats only after they reopen the government. Democrats are standing firm, refusing to fund the government unless Republicans agree to repeal Medicaid cuts and extend those health care subsidies to prevent insurance premiums from rising for millions of Americans. But Republicans aren't budging. They're accusing Democrats of holding the government hostage. Now, a fifth vote failed last night. The House isn't even in session, even though lawmakers are still collecting their paychecks when federal employees aren't. The Senate is expected to vote again today, but there's no indication that the outcome will be any different. Instead, this shutdown now stretching into a second week, guys.
Yeah, it looks like no end in sight. Thank you so much for that.
Mr. President, have you identified programs to eliminate under this shutdown?
Oh, sure. Sure.
Which ones?
We have a lot. I'm not going to tell you, but we'll be announcing it pretty soon. But we have a lot of things that we're going to eliminate and permanently eliminate. You know, one of the things that we have is some advantage, you could say. But because of the shutdown, which I think they made a big mistake, we're able to take out billions and billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse. And they've handed it, on a silver platter. And you know Russell Vogt, he's a serious person, very serious person. And he's sitting there and he's getting ready to cut things. And this is something that was handed to us by, I assume, Schumer. I just don't know if Schumer has any power anymore. I look at your leadership. I don't know who to speak to. I'll tell you what, I'm getting calls from Democrats wanting to meet. I never even heard their names before. And they're claiming to be leaders.
Never even heard these Democrats. They're coming out of nowhere. Nobody's even heard these Democrat names before. These are new types of Democrats. It's good that there is so much pushback and that the conversation has been centered around the Republicans. The conversation has been centered around the Republican Party cutting Medicare and Medicaid. It's unironically one of the few instances where they are doing the right thing. And the very fact that Donald Trump is seeking to address healthcare by name, the very fact that the very fact that Donald Trump is now talking about healthcare is good. is very good. It means that it's working.
The Democrats have no leader. They remind me of Somalia, okay? You know? And I met the president of Somalia. I told him about the problem he's got. I said, you have somebody from Somalia who's telling us how to run our country. She's from Somalia. He said, would you like to take her back? He said, no, I don't want her.
Remember, 16 years ago, we were talking about Van Jones calling Republicans assholes. Okay? 16 years ago, people were talking about Republicans getting called assholes. Now the president is just straight up being like, I asked the leader of Somalia to take Ilhan Omar back. And he said, hell no. It's fucking insane.
Okay, you know who I'm talking about? Say it again.
How many permanent jobs are you talking about?
Well, I can tell you, I'll be able to tell you that in 4 or 5 days if this keeps going on. If this keeps going on, it'll be substantial. And a lot of those jobs will never come back. But you're going to have a lot closer to a balanced budget, actually.
President, is it the White House's position that furloughed workers should be paid for their back pay?
I would say it depends on who we're talking about. I can tell you this, the Democrats have put a lot of people in great risk and jeopardy, but it really depends on who you're talking about. But for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. There are some people that really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way. Okay? Thank you.
Workers may not get back pay. What is your reaction to that guidance? And is it your expectation that some type of language to ensure back pay will be included in any final CR or bill once this shutdown is resolved?
Donald Trump and his administration have been torturing federal employees since the very beginning of his presidency, engaging in mass firings, harassing them, brutalizing them, laying people off without justification, and violating the law. So let me be clear to those hardworking federal employees who are now being victimized by this Trump Republican shutdown. We continue to stand with you, and we'll stand with you as we've done from the very beginning of this presidency. And the law is clear. Every single furloughed federal employee is entitled to back pay. Period. Full stop. The law is clear, and we will make sure that that law is followed.
Let's turn to Capitol Hill, where this morning there are few signs the shutdown will end anytime soon. NBC's Ryan Nobles joins us now. Ryan, good morning. Are lawmakers making any progress?
Chanel, there are mixed signals, none of them all that good. The shutdown entered its seventh.
I will say it's a testament to the deep unpopularity of the Trump administration that even though the number one leader of the Democratic Party that is like counter messaging during this shutdown is Hakeem Jeffries, people are still upset at the Trump administration. That's good. In spite of his overall lack of charisma, his Rizlessness, people are still mad at the Trump admin. And part of that is directly attributed to Donald Trump and the ways in which he has communicated throughout the shutdown. He has failed on every issue. Motherfucker said, Kai, open your fridge again. God damn it. Donald Trump coming out and being like, oh, you should fear the Reaper. right? Talking about how he's going to fire people. Like all of this has played a role and made people more frustrated with the administration because they're not taking it seriously at all.
Day to day, after lawmakers failed to pass legislation to keep the government funded, the issue continues to be the same. Democrats are demanding to extend health care subsidies right now, while Republicans want to end the shutdown first and then negotiate. But for the first time, President Trump signaled yesterday that he is willing to negotiate on health care. Take a listen.
We have a negotiation going on right now with the Democrats that could lead to very good things. And I'm talking about good things with regard to health care.
The president, though, later followed up on social media demanding that Democrats vote to reopen the government first before any of these negotiations. Democratic leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries denied that there have been any talks, but they certainly welcomed the prospect. It comes amid a new crack in the GOP, with MAGA firebrand Marjorie Taylor Greene calling for action on rising health insurance premiums and criticizing her own leadership for not having a plan to address that.
And Ryan, we're already seeing the effects on air travel, but where else might we start seeing the impact from the shutdown?
Yeah, it's really going to start to be felt this week, because if a deal isn't reached, some federal workers will miss at least part of their first paycheck on Friday. Then food assistance for 6 million low-income families is also set to dry up soon. All of that while the White House is threatening layoffs if the shutdown continues. So each day that goes by without a deal, the stakes and the pressure only get higher. And adding to all of that, some 750,000 workers who are on furlough right now usually end up receiving back pay. That's according to the law. But there's a new draft memo that's been issued by the White House, confirmed by NBC News, first obtained by Axios, that the administration believes that they're not guaranteed that money. The Trump administration is still negotiating.
Is Marjorie Taylor Greene going to become a mouse or something? No, dude. No. No, she's just like, she is just a good room reader. That's all this is. She understands that while she is a psychopath in general, she is carving out like a populist right-wing position for herself. This is not like a genuine change of heart. Okay? This is not a genuine change of heart at all. It's not.
And this may be just being used as a negotiation tactic.
Like, yeah, she voted for the fucking bill, dude. She voted for the bill to cut $800 billion. Wait, didn't she also work at TYT? Marjorie Taylor Greene? No.
Worth noting that even if there is any loophole in the law that would prevent this money from going to federal workers after the shutdown, Congress could easily close that loophole in whatever bill they pass.
It's just a scary time for so many families. All right, Ryan, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC or take
She's
Today
on TYT
when you're on the go.
Because TYT interviews her. That's it. She's not actually.
We're going to begin, though, with a growing impact.
Also, ATC has been suffering from the government shutdown. Nashville Air Traffic Control was shut down for 5 hours tonight. The air traffic control near Burbank also shut down. This is going to happen all around the world, all around the country, and it will be incredibly disruptive for air travel. Hopefully, nothing horrible happens.
The government shutdown now on air travelers across this country. Nearly 6,000 flights were delayed yesterday, some due to staffing issues with workers who are not getting paid. Last night, one airport near Los Angeles went several hours without air traffic controllers in the tower. Chris Van Cleve is at the Phoenix airport with the latest on these disruptions. That's not good, Chris. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning. We are seeing air traffic control staffing issues now several days in a row. often in places that don't typically have staffing issues, like here in Phoenix that saw about 250 delays coming in and out of this airport yesterday. And in California, one major airport tower went to ATC 0. The lights are on at the Hollywood Burbank Airport Control Tower, but Monday evening, there was no one home.
Burbank Tower, Southwest 695. Southwest 695, still come. Hey, are you guys, is clearance open still or is it closed for Burbank?
Air traffic control staffing went to ATC 0, meaning there was no one in the control tower. Pilots were redirected to controllers at other FAA facilities.
Clearance is closed, ground's closed, local's closed, the tower is closed due to staffing. So you just contact SoCal on the 800 number in the green book for your clearance.
And flyers felt the impact.
They rerouted us to LAX and they gave us a voucher.
Staffing issues, including sick calls, hit several major airports and ATC centers on day 6 of the government shutdown, with staffing at some facilities down by 50%.
If we have additional sick calls.
My brother-in-law is an ATC operator. It's quite literally the most stressful job ever. Yeah, and it's also criminally understaffed. And it's been an issue even before the shutdown. So this is something that we literally talked about. This is something that we talked about early on when there was a whole bunch of planes falling out of the fucking sky. They're incredibly overworked and incredibly understaffed even before the government shut down. Shouts out to Ronald Reagan for that. The devil himself. Yeah, this is from January 31st, 2025. Over 90% of U.S. airport towers are understaffed, data shows. Less than 10% of the nation's airport terminal towers have enough air traffic controllers to meet a set of standards by a working group that included the Federal Aviation Administration and the Controls Union, according to CBS News and analysis of FAA data. The issue has received renewed scrutiny following the January 29th mid-air collision between an American Airlines flight and a Black Hawk Army helicopter near the Reagan National Airport outside of Washington, D.C. that killed 67 people. Only one air traffic controller worker was managing the helicopters and some planes from the Reagan National Airport Tower at the time of the collision, a job normally done by 2 people, 2 sources told CBS. This is all on Trump. Blame all to Orange Man? No, I mean, it's Ronald Reagan, if we're being real. Ronald Reagan played a big role in this. Only about 2% of the towers meet the Collaborative Resource Working Group's 2024 staffing targets for the number of fully trained air traffic controllers. But of course, they fucking said DEI is the reason that the ATC is bad. Just like when they try to fucking claim, that they're not trying to cut healthcare funds, they're actually simply cutting healthcare to undocumented migrants. It's not that the ATC is understaffed significantly. It's that it's the DEI. He's fucking dead, man. How is it his fault? Look up Ronald Reagan ATC to find out more. Here, you know what? Let's hear him in his own words. President Ronald Reagan speaks about the air traffic controller strike. He states very clearly that if the striking union do not report to work in 48 hours, they'll be fired from their jobs. The president then takes questions along with Attorney General William French Smith and the Secretary of Transportation, Andrew Lewis Jr.
This morning at 7 a.m., the union representing those who man America's air traffic control facilities called a strike. This was the culmination of 7 months of negotiations between the Federal Aviation Administration and the union. At one point in these negotiations, agreement was reached and signed by both sides, granting a $40 million increase in salaries and benefits. This is twice what other government employees can expect. It was granted in recognition of the difficulties inherent in the work these people perform. Now, however, the union demands are 17 times what had been agreed to, $681 million. This would impose a tax burden on their fellow citizens, which is unacceptable. I would like to thank the supervisors and controllers who are on the job today, helping to get the nation's air system operating safely. In the New York area, for example, 4 supervisors were scheduled to report for work, and 17 additionally volunteered. At National Airport, a traffic controller told a news person he had resigned from the union and reported to work because, quote, how can I ask my kids to obey the law if I don't, end quote. This is a great tribute to America. Let me make one thing plain. I respect the right of workers in the private sector to strike. Indeed, as president of my own union, I led the first strike ever called by that union. I guess I'm maybe the first one to ever hold this office who is a lifetime member of an AFL-CIO union. But we cannot compare labor management relations in the private sector with government. Government cannot close down the assembly line. It has to provide without interruption the protective services which are government's reason for being. It was in recognition of this that the Congress passed a law forbidding strikes by government employees against the public safety. Let me read the solemn oath taken by each of these employees, a sworn affidavit when they accepted their jobs. I am not participating in any strike against the government of the United States or any agency thereof, and I will not so participate while an employee of the government of the United States or any agency thereof. It is for this reason that I must tell those who fail to report for duty this morning they are in violation of the law, and if they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated.
No. Devastating union buster. This is why I say Ronald Reagan can be attributed to every single problem. Every single problem that you can point to. Every single problem that you can point to in American history, you can abso-fucking-lutely point back to Ronald Reagan.
We will reduce the flow consistent with a rate that's safe.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy visited controllers at Newark Airport Monday, warning the shutdown would add more stress to their lives.
Now what they think about as they're controlling our airspace is, do I have to take a second job and drive Uber when I'm already exhausted from doing a job that's already stressful, to think about how I can make extra money because the government may not provide me a paycheck?
Back in Burbank, some travelers who face delays empathized with the controllers.
That's the way they have to protest, right? They have no other way to show that it's hurting not just them, but us.
The Air Traffic Controllers Union tried to downplay the staffing issue, saying in a statement, it is normal for a few air traffic controllers to call in sick on any given day. And this is the latest example of how fragile our aviation system is in the midst of a national shortage. What we're seeing is not normal based on the number of staffing triggers or shortages we're seeing pop up. Something to note, during the last long shutdown, we did see air traffic control staffing issues, but that was about a month into the shutdown. In this case, the controllers are yet to miss a paycheck.
Yeah, you described it as fragile, and you're absolutely right, Chris. Thank you.
Overnight, at least one U.S. airport had no air traffic controllers on duty as staff began calling out sick amid the government shutdown. Burbank Airport's tower was unmanned Monday evening, with a team in San Diego taking over operations.
Clearance is closed, ground's closed, local's closed. The tower is closed due to staffing.
California Governor Gavin Newsom slamming President Trump on X, writing, "Thanks at Real Donald Trump, Burbank Airport has 0 air traffic controllers from 4:15 to 10 p.m. today because of your government shutdown. Air traffic controllers are required to work through the shutdown, but will only be paid retroactively once it ends."
What they think about as they're controlling our airspace is, how am I going to pay my mortgage? How do I make my car payment?
The staffing shortages triggering delays at major airports across the country, including Newark, Denver, and Phoenix. Smaller airports could also be affected. The Transportation Department says funds for the program that allows air carriers to service rural areas will expire next week. Prior to the shutdown, the FAA had already been facing staffing shortages. The Air Traffic Controllers Union saying it will continue partnering with the Department of Transportation to supercharge controller hiring and ensure America's aviation system remains the safest and most efficient in the world. President Trump is now calling on Democrats to reopen the government, writing on Truth Social, "I am happy to work with the Democrats on their failed health care policies or anything else, but first they must allow our government to reopen." Earlier, he implied negotiations are already underway.
We have a negotiation going on right now with the Democrats that could lead to very good things.
But Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer denying any talks are happening, saying it's up to the president to end the shutdown.
He's in charge. His party holds majorities across the government. So Americans naturally and correctly believe the burden is on him to fix this mess.
Yesterday, the Senate failed for a 5th time to pass spending measures that would reopen the government. President Trump warned another failed vote would trigger mass layoffs of federal workers.
More attacks on Jasmine Crockett, claiming that she's a low IQ individual. Classic. It's just so, oh my God, it's so fucked. Oh, fucking Christ. Everything is so ass. I'm so fucking tired.
Are you concerned about the delays at airports, and how do you see the shutdown?
Oh, sure. I mean, it's they're all Democrat delays. There are delays at the airport. That's standard. And again, this is something that every day we put forth a bill. Just a continuation. It's a very simple thing to sign and very simple to do. And I really think that these are people that I think they have nothing to lose. They have a party that's out of control. They have no leader.
How was the airport backed up for you? It wasn't. But it was probably like the weird time that it was probably the weird time that I entered the airport in the morning. It's Monday morning. I don't know. But the delays are happening on the departure side, perhaps on the arrival side as well. But remember, it's the TSA that are the federal government employees that are actually getting furloughed or they're either getting furloughed or they're getting they're calling out for they're calling out sick, and they will eventually get cuts if they don't get paid. But that's on the departure side. On the entry side, it's Customs and Border Patrol, which has also experienced some setbacks, but that's not due to the government shutdown. Now, obviously, Customs and Border Patrol is still considered emergency. They're emergency workers, so they don't actually receive any sort of like furlough. But the reason why there are delays, they're essential employees. But the reason why there are delays on the arrival side is because they've taken Customs and Border Patrol employees that otherwise would be working at the gates at the point of arrival and instead have sicked them on unsuspecting migrants all around the country. And therefore, they're not working the fucking gates any longer at LAX. And instead, they're too busy working the streets of Los Angeles. Okay?
The leader is. I look at people with very low IQs like Crockett, this woman Crockett. I never met her, but she's a low IQ individual. I look at AOC talking about how if they want to negotiate, they can come to my office. She's not in that position to do that. And who the hell is she?
But it will cook air travel because TSA will get hit with furloughs. Why is he obsessed with IQ? It's just always when he's talking about black people. That's what it is. When he's talking about black people, he will always bring up low IQ. It's just old school.
Just say that. And then I watch Nancy Pelosi not knowing what to do. I watch their leadership. Look, Schumer is petrified of primary because he's not going to win probably against anybody in a primary. You know, Schumer did the right thing, but he handled it badly. Originally, a year ago, he did probably the right thing, but he handled it badly. I think Schumer's incapable of making a deal. They are a mess. They're a party that has no leadership. They have, and they have no policy. You know, we have great, I think we have great leadership, but we also have great policy. We have strong borders. We have no men and women's sports. Basic things. We're not going to take your child away and change the sex of your child. We're not going to do things like that. What they're doing to the country is so incredible. And they got away with it with all their woke crap, and now it's stopped. And we have a country that's based on common sense and strength and intelligence. I mean, we have the United States of America, and I say it all the time. Other leaders have told me this. Mark hasn't yet, but I think he would. A year ago, we were a dead country, and now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. Maybe Canada. I'll give Canada, but because I do like Canada. But, you know, we're the hottest country in the world right now. There's never been a country that has the kind of money coming into it. There's never been anything like this. There has never been a country that if you take $1 trillion, that would be unbelievable. We're going to have over $20 trillion invested in this country. There's never been anything like what you're seeing. And it's based on good policy and common sense.
Okay, you look kind of sad. I'm fucking unimaginably jet lagged. I'm getting absolutely destroyed by jet lag. I thought that I would be fine with, you know, I went to bed early. I thought I cooked. Went to bed at 10 p.m., went to bed at 9 p.m., and then woke up early at like 7 a.m. I was wrong. Not in your old age. Okay, everybody calm down. Everybody calm the fuck down, okay? Let's see. Penguins will cover the Taylor Swift drama, and then we'll get into it as well.
I'm pretty sure this is the first video I've ever made with Taylor Swift as the focus for it, and that's because I just don't really have any strong feelings on her or her music. I don't know a whole lot about her, like, in her personal life or anything other than, like, all the breakups and stuff, but that's just not something I tune into super deeply. All I know is she's got some songs in her catalog I like to wiggle my finger to occasionally. Like, I don't dislike her music. I don't hate the songs that she's put out. There are a few boner jams in there. But the reason I'm talking about her today is because she has a new album that just came out, which I didn't even know was around the corner. But something is a bit awry. There's a disturbance out there because for the first time ever, I'm pretty sure, people are saying it's not good. Even her most loyal of fans are criticizing it. A feat I didn't even think was possible. It defies our very fundamental understanding of
Taylor Swift TikToks from yesterday, XXX. Oh my God, my fucking internet, dude. Holy shit, it's so busted.
Taylor Swift is
her fans aren't saying it's not good because it's good. I have definitely heard from fans of Taylor Swift saying that the album is not very good. So much so that Cutie literally said it could be potentially because it's bad on purpose. So no, I don't think it's I don't think it's like that. So, Cutie coping.
I have a question. I have a genuine question. I put a lot of thought into this. 20-year Swiftie here reporting for duty with a question to the rest of you. Did I miss the memo where we were supposed to take this album seriously? Because what I remember is that it was announced on a podcast.
I just don't know enough about like Swiftie lore and Taylor Swift in general to actively to be able to. I haven't even listened to the album yet. I've just been consumed with a lot of the takes off of the album. I know that there is, I'm not like I just don't care. Obviously, you guys know I'm not like the biggest music listener in general. But what I have seen is, I know Cutie is coping and that's okay. Lol, Taylor says is serious and she doesn't mind that people have their opinions on it. I mean, first of all, it's not a life or death situation, right? It's a famous recording artist who came out with an album and maybe it wasn't as well received as previous ones, and that's okay. You know? Saw a TikTok saying, listen to the lyrics like it's an MF Doom song and it's good. Oh, I saw that one too. That's actually a banger TikTok. I was going to bring that up too. It's not the end of the world if this album didn't hit. You know what I mean? If this album didn't hit as well as previous albums did, it is what it is, right? Like it's not going to It's not going to change the world. I will say, however, that there are a lot of people who I think were just like waiting for Taylor Swift's downfall too, because she's super popular. At least listen to this one. Canceled lyrical video. I don't know. I mean, she has like all the songs that I know of Taylor Swift and listen to from Taylor Swift are the songs that Cutie hates and says aren't good. Like, I know the popular songs and I like the popular songs that I hear. You know, that's my take on Taylor Swift. Like, I just don't understand it. Otherwise, I don't understand it beyond whatever the top 40, platinum hits that she puts out. But given that she is a very famous recording artist with a diehard fan base, I feel as though, there are a lot of people who are heavily scrutinizing the lyrics. Some of her fans are turning on her. As a lifelong Taylor Swift hater, some of those lyrics were racist, especially against black women, and I will not be hearing otherwise. I don't know which lyrics they are that are like anti-black women. Can't believe how soft you are. What the fuck happened to this channel? I just don't care. Like, I don't care about the hate either. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, I think like people are shitting on her because they've been like waiting for a moment, and this album seems to be like the weakness that they've identified, because even her fans are like not as invested in the songs. But I did see one response from a girly pop that it was definitely a Swiftie. Okay, definitely a Swiftie, because she kept using words like our or saying stuff like we when she was talking about Taylor Swift and her experiences. And that's how you know someone is definitely a Swiftie. And the apex point of this criticism that made me unironically laugh out loud was when she fucking turned around, okay, and said Taylor Swift is a white supremacist. When she was like, I want to make the block look like you or something, when referencing having many children with Travis Kelce. This was also a banger. I'm afraid this was a banger. I will admit that. But I guess the lyrics in and of itself do not work with the flow that she puts out. But with like an MF Doom flow, it actually works a lot better.
Swift's lyrics, just pretend they were written by MF Doom.
I was your father figure. We drank that brown liquor. You made a deal with this devil. Turns out my dick's bigger. You want to fight, you found it. I got the place surrounded. You'll be sleeping with fishes before you know that you're drowning. Whose portrait's on the mantle? Who covered up your scandals? Mistake my kindness for weakness and find your car canceled. I was your father figure. You pulled the wrong trigger. This empire belongs to me, Taylor.
That actually, nah, bro, this isn't good. Stop playing. Top comment basically says you have to change everything about it to make it good. Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is not a defense of Taylor Swift. This actually is, I think, a major criticism of Taylor Swift. Like, maybe you can defend the lyricism of it by pointing it like this, but this literally means that like the song works in an entirely different. If it's just an entirely different song and not the song that you are listening. But in any case, People are very mad. Is this the video you were talking about before? Wait, I think this might be the one. No, not this one. There was another one. There was another one. There was another one. There was another one. Because some of these criticisms I do agree with broadly. Like, as far as Taylor Swift having like limitations of being like a supremely wealthy white lady, of course she's going to have limits to her understanding of the world. She's going to have some horse blinders on, you know? I don't disagree with that at all. But that predates this latest album, you know? But there was one that was like making it seem as though she was like actively and deliberately. Oh, this is the one. Yes, this is the one. This is the one. You know this is a Swiftie, by
Taylor
the way.
Swift is handing the conservative agenda on a silver platter to the masses. And before I go any further, and before you argue with me, you cannot convince me that the master lyricist of our generation, akin to Shakespeare, the Easter egg master.
Okay. Like, this has to be a Swiftie, right? Like, I mean, she's saying like, unironically, that Taylor Swift's like lyricism is akin to Shakespeare.
Of our generation is not.
No, this woman is a high Beyonce stan like me, queen. Wait, really?
Aware of what her entire optics and lyrics and album and everything is giving at this very moment. And before you suggest that this was supposed to be a satirical album, I would like to remind you how she feels about this album in her own words.
World to me to have this creative experience where like we knew that we had to bring the best ideas we've ever had.
Yeah.
And I also know the pressure I'm putting on this record by saying that, but I don't care because I love it that much. And there's not other ones coming. This is the.
Oh, her name is Basis Christ. Oh, she is Bayhive. Oh my God.
The record I've been wanting to make for a very long time.
Try to rapid fire this as fast as I can so that my video is not an hour long, but we're going to start with the rollout of the album, the announcement of the album on our boyfriend's football podcast. Our boyfriend who plays for the NFL, who we are now aligning our brand with, who is one of the most racist and problematic industries in our country. Yes. Listen, I don't know how long Taylor Swift's been doing this, but I know it's been a pretty good amount of time. She's worked pretty hard for her career. But why are we sharing what you are saying is the best piece of work you've ever put out and you're going to share it with a man? You're going to announce it with a... This is where the optics are starting. We are creeping our way down the conservative pipeline. And before you say that's a reach, I'm not done. We all know what's coming next. The engagement. They got engaged as a package deal with the album rollout. Yes, they did. The album was announced, and 1 day later, 2 days later, it was announced that they were engaged. We could talk about how manufactured that is. We could talk about how inauthentic it is. We could also talk about how it is yet another step towards the...
Basically, she says these lyrics over here somewhere in the video is actually promoting white supremacy. And maybe people will get mad at me, but like, although I am critical of Taylor Swift for, you know, for being a billionaire, being out of touch, flying around in private jets, hanging out with, MAGA Republicans from time to time, or people who are like, pro-Trump from time to time, as is the case with like wealthy people. I thought this was a little bit of a stretch. Have a couple kids, got the whole block looking like you. I don't think, or using AI, that was another one, but I don't even think that she would like deliberately use AI. I think she probably outsourced it to someone who was using AI. I don't think this is her literally fucking being like...
A baby face. They want freedom. They want 3 dogs they call their kids. I just want you. Have a couple kids, have the whole block looking like you. And then say that again. I want to have your white babies, and I actually want our entire neighborhood to be racially homogenous. She went through the...
No, dude, I don't think that was what the intention was. I think she just meant like she wants to have a lot of children. I do like is woke back? Because I feel like this is like 2020 era of woke. I think this is like, you can say she's like tradwifing it for sure. But like when you say this is, you know, basically her saying the 14 words, I feel like that's not, I don't know. I feel like that's maybe a stretch. But then again, I haven't seen talking like Travis Kelce is a Gaza journalist. What is this? He's out there every single week putting his life on the line. She's talking about Travis Kelce like he's some journalist in Gaza fighting for his life. Wait, what? Taylor Swift addresses why she hasn't headlined the Super Bowl halftime show yet. I'm in love with a guy who does that sport on the actual field. That's violent chess. That is dangerous. The whole season, I'm locked in on what that man is doing on the field. Can you imagine? He's out there every single week putting his life on the line. And I'm like, I'm wondering what my choreo should be. I should do 2 verses of Shake It Off into Blank Space into Cruel Summer would be great. This has nothing to do with Travis. He would think this is great. I'm too locked in. Yeah, tribe wife who's a workaholic billionaire. No, I'm saying that the presentation is like she's very happy. She's very happy about her relationship. And the album, I think, reflects that. And I think maybe it's not. Hasan, you don't understand this because you're white? What do you mean? Understand what? I mean, I don't know why she's talking like she's a cop wife over here. You know what I mean? I guess objectively, the NFL is probably a little bit more dangerous than being a cop. The rule of show business is if the first week of my album release and you're saying either my name or my album title, you're helping. That was her response to the fans who dislike the life of a showgirl. Oof. She throws shade at Megan Thee Stallion and says she's not a bad bitch or a savage. She also calls Travis X Onyx and herself as Opalite. Taylor Swift is a white supremacist, full stop. I mean, I'm not a Swiftie by any metric, okay? But I feel like a lot of people who are angling this from every avenue so far has taken it to, dare I say, extreme levels. Let's hear this one.
Unfortunately, good is not one of them. I knew the album wasn't going to be good as soon as the title was revealed, but the promo pics made me curious, so I have listened to the album in full. And now, having listened to it, the album's problem is glaringly obvious.
I am a hot girl, by the way. Stay away from Megan Thee Stallion. What's my interpretation? I mean, I haven't even listened to the music, so
Taylor Swift.
This makes it all the more humorous for me because I haven't even listened to the fucking music. I've heard more commentary on Taylor Swift's new album than I have heard Taylor Swift's actual new album.
The problem is Taylor Swift is aging out of being a white girl. Before you scroll, let me cook. When Taylor was a teenager, she wanted to be a pop star, so her parents decided to take the country route. Keep in mind, this is the 2000s. Pop music was highly sexual, it was sleazy, and then you had things like bling rap. It's on a place for a little white girl. Country music, on the other hand, loves a little white girl, and she is blonde, they'll eat her up. So her family moved from Pennsylvania to Tennessee to launch her country career. That's why for the first several years of her career, she faked a southern accent. She was trying to fit in.
I thought it was funny that she was talking about Travis Kelce's penis, though. That was pretty funny. Like that I thought was lyricism. That was bars. He has hard wood and it gets me excited. It opens his redwood tree, opens my legs, stuff like that. She's just horny. Why is she so horny in this album? I mean, she can be horny if she wants to. But for me, it kind of felt like she was trying to do a Sabrina Carpenter thing. You know? God forbid a woman get dick down and enjoy it. Yeah, I think like, if anything, so you did listen? No, I saw the lyrics online and I thought they were fake. Because I've seen a bunch of fake lyrics online about how like I went back in time to vote for Adolf Hitler. There was one where there was a dude that was posting saying Taylor Swift. One of the lyrics was, I went back in time and voted for Adolf Hitler over and over again. And then she says, I punched every woman on the way to the voting booth. I punched every woman in the face on my way to the voting booth to vote for Adolf Hitler. Yeah, wow, this new Taylor Swift album is disgusting. I went back in time and voted for Hitler. I went back in time and voted for Hitler. I went back in time and voted for Hitler. I punched every girl I saw in the face on the way to the booth to vote for Hitler. That's so stupid. It's real. You can tell because of the screenshot.
But I'm not a black bitch, and I'm not a savage, but I'm scared that you might cheat on me with the black hood bitch, and she's gonna have a fat ass, and I have a flat ass, and I don't have no titties, but your last ex, she has some perky titties, and I'm a insecure white girl with a flat chest, thinking that I.
Is it because Travis Kelce dated almost exclusively black women before Taylor Swift? Is that what it is? Is that the angle? Is that the meta? Yes, bro. Keep the fuck up. I mean, dude, I don't fucking know about goddamn Hollywood celebrities, bro. What are you talking about? I just, yeah, that's why Opalite versus Onyx. What is Opalite? Opalite. Pop superstar slammed for racially charged lyrics aimed at fiance's ex, Cleveland.com. I beg you, please stop. The Swifties are going to get you deported to El Salvador. Listen, I'm not saying nothing. I'm just looking at what's going on. Okay, this is the video you need to watch to understand the drama. It's annoying because everybody keeps sending me TikToks, but it's like half of them are memes like this. Like I haven't arrived at a TikTok that like, oh, this is the one that everyone keeps posting. Okay, we'll fucking watch that one here.
Is obsessed with black women. Let's talk about it. Taylor Swift is obsessed with the fact that several of her exes have moved on to date black women, and she perceives this kind of conquering of Travis as an end or disruption of this pattern, and she's boasting about it in this album. Let's start with Opalite, which is very clearly about Kayla Nicole, Travis Kelce's ex-boyfriend, whom he dated off and on from 2017 to 2022, and oh, Kayla Nicole happens to be black. The lyrics in Opalite could actually not be clearly more like targeting Kayla Nicole, right? It references a video that went viral a couple couple times in which Travis is literally berating Kayla for being on her phone. Meanwhile, she is an influencer, so that is weirdo behavior because she was working and it's very controlling. But it is very clear nonetheless that that video is referenced in Opalite. The lyric reads, "You couldn't understand it, why you felt alone. You were in it for real, she was in her phone, and you were just a pose," right? Like, Taylor could not have been more obvious and like less creative here. It's not enough to me that like Taylor is using this like crazy like worldwide medium to best a woman that like previously dated her ex. It's also the fact that like Taylor is fully aware that Kayla has received like relentless and racist harassment, oftentimes terrifying, from Swifties in reaction to the fact that she previously dated Travis. So like this is like purposefully and like blatantly violent. This song accomplishes two things at once, right? It proves the fact that Taylor Swift is obsessed with Black women, and it endangers Kayla Nicole. But obviously our country is not at its best with critical thinking, so let's like analyze a different part of the song, right? So another lyric says, "But I'm not a bad bitch, and this ain't savage, but I'm never gonna let you down." So in the song, Taylor positions herself as this like unique, singular white flower that is so different from what? Black culture. And once you step back and realize the song is like final boss pick me X racism, you realize that Taylor Swift is preoccupied with like this obsession with Black women, in part because Travis Kelce has predominantly dated Black women in the past. And she wants to define herself as different from his past and therefore better. Again, very weird, very pick me.
Oh my God, Opalite is in reference to Midnight's album? Wait, so she's not even mentioning Opalite as a counter to like Onyx or something? Is that what it is? Everybody has long COVID now, brain fog. Yeah, I can see that. I need so much, dude, this is like, I need to fucking download so much lore to understand exactly what the fuck's happening here. And I feel like I'm in treacherous waters, even trying to comprehend what the fuck's happening here. I feel as though this is, I'm not even going to call cutie because then people are going to yell at me. Please listen to a normal person who isn't being parasocial about the music, but explains the race element. This review of Life of a MAGA Showgirl is brutal.
The life of a behavior. Taylor's not only preoccupied with this idea that Travis has historically dated Black women, it's also the reality that several of her exes have moved on from her to Black women. And that confounds and ultimately like enrages her. And she's so obsessed with the pattern and the idea that she had to talk about it in this album. Chris, give me examples. Okay, well, we have Harry Styles, who is now reportedly dating Zoe Kravitz. We have Tom Hiddleston, who has moved on to be engaged to and co-parent with a Black woman whose name is Zawe Ashton. And then we have Calvin Harris, who went on to marry a Black woman named Vic Hope. So it is a pattern, and Taylor Swift is clearly aware of it because she is obsessed with her exes, and all of that together is making me feel very, very strange. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today I'd argue that this idea, the idea that white men have historically left Taylor Swift for Black women, is part of her personal mythos, right? I imagine she finds it both confounding and devastating that these men have left her, who is like the pinnacle of Western white beauty, right? She is the ideal white woman. Meanwhile, all of these white guys are leaving her for Black women, and I'm sure it's really pissing her off. So when Taylor secured Travis, she achieved the ultimate feat in her mind. She had convinced a white man to leave Black.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like this is a bit of a stretch. Like, I'm saying that even if I were to believe that Taylor Swift like despises Black women, which I have no reason to assume that there isn't like, you know, regular whiteness embedded in that sort of like attitude. Like, I don't know if this in and of itself is like the reason. So true, bro. She voted for Kamala. Wait, what? Yeah, I wouldn't believe this shit if it wasn't for that song Canceled is so ass. Yeah, I feel like the Canceled song is the one that is more indicative of her like making a potential potential move in the opposite direction rather than all this other stuff. Taylor and Zoe are really good friends. Zoe was one of the first person to listen to the album, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, well, you guys got to stop sending me what every Taylor Swift song sounds like to me. What is this? Why are you gonna? Oh, I can't.
Braid my hair. Last summer it was perfect. It was you and me. Hand in hand like slow motion in the movies. I braid my hair just because I can. We stay up late and throw glitter in the air. Let's dance in the sun, 'cause we're wild and we're free. Dance in the moonlight while kissing in the ocean. I can see you in my dreams.
Okay, I mean, she's kind of cooking for that.
But I'm not a bad bitch, and this isn't savage, but I'm never gonna let you.
Okay. So that's what people are saying. That's what people are saying is like sus. I feel like that makes more sense. That definitely, I think I can see why people didn't appreciate that. I get that. I understand that it maybe doesn't come across in the best light when you think about it. You know what I mean? When you I feel like that's a little bit more than like coming from Megan so unprovoked. Like, that's insane. What the fuck did Megan do to her? Can we please stop talking about this? I'm a 38-year-old man. I mean, this is the meta. What is this? Taylor Swift attempts to silence critic. ACLU fights back. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? The ACLU was beefing with Taylor Swift? Pop front editor Megan Herning wrote a post titled "Swiftly to the Alt-Right. Taylor subtly gets the lowercase KKK in formation." What? How far does this well go? What the fuck? Labeling the blog post as defamatory and demanding that she issue a retraction and remove the story from all media sources and cease and desist. The way Travis flirted with Taylor throughout his podcast, he tried it with Meg first and she wasn't interested. No, I saw that it's from like 2017. I understand. They were, man, what a time. What a crazy situation. All right, let's hear fucking Moist Critical's take first, and then we'll look at the canceled song.
Science. The Swifties vocally expressing disappointment, and not only in the album, but in the way in which Taylor Swift has gone about it. There is a lot of greed at play here that I would have never even imagined as like a money-making strategy. It's so fucking scummy. But Swifties have been well known to support any and everything Taylor Swift does at basically any price point imaginable. You could ask the moon and they would happily fork over every single doubloon in their piggy bank for it. They would pay $5,000 to be in the same room that Taylor Swift farted in 5 years ago, and they would pay that with a big smile on their face and go online to rave about the incredible experience being near like a smidgen of ass molecule that Taylor Swift shared the same air as this one room one time. Like, and yet they are talking about how disappointing this is from Taylor. That's crazy to me. That has to be like an indicator for an impending apocalypse. Like, I bet if you correlate this with the Mayan calendar, we're going to find evidence to the end times right around the corner. It is shocking, to say the least. And since I brought up the end times, I want to tell you that the end of bad hygiene is here thanks to our soap Cheeky. We've got a new scent available now. It's the Sunday Scaries. It's our vanilla scent, which is a scent that has been requested highly for like the last year, and it's finally here. So you can go to usecheeky.com and get yourself the best soap ever created. So naturally, before getting into like the greedy monetization model for this album, Life of a Showgirl, I'll go ahead and give you my opinion on the album because I decided to take a little listen. I didn't hate it. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what all the hoopla is about. Like, it seems like just a very normal Taylor Swift album. Admittedly, there's nothing on there that jumped out at me as a class.
Yeah, I feel like for white guys or just dudes in general, right? This doesn't like even the stuff that I have like bits and pieces that I've heard, like it just sounds like previous Taylor Swift albums. And I don't know if that's like fucked up to say, but I didn't even fully understand like why people, like why Swifties didn't like it. You know? Like this song, let's hear it canceled, right? Here, let's take a look. So for me, I mean, there's nothing different about this song than other Taylor Swift songs that I have heard. Like it doesn't even track as like, I mean, people will say like, oh, this is worse. I'm just telling you, I can't understand why this would be worse. I mean, lyrics aside, I'm just talking like if I were to listen to any Taylor Swift song, like this is just, it just sounds similar. As far as the lyrics goes, good thing I like my friends canceled. I don't know what she is like referencing here, but I guess like she's taking a anti-cancel culture stance. Is that what it is? Like
like my whiskey sour and poison party flowers. Welcome to my underworld where it gets quite dark. At least you know exactly who your friends are. They're the ones with matching scars.
that's because you're musically illiterate. As a longtime Swift hater, this album is objectively worse, is sonically petulant and annoying. She's talking about Blake Lively. What's the cancellation of Blake Lively? Taylor Swift confirms canceled meeting on the life of a showgirl. Oh, it's the thing. The Justin Baldoni situation. That's what it is. Could be Brittany Mahomes too. Wait, that's crazy. No. Old unk ass. You think it's about fucking... Okay, do I need to pull up Fantano's take on this? Someone send me the Anthony Fantano review, please. Wait, did you girl boss too close to the sun? I like them cloaked in Gucci and Scandal and Poison Thorny Flowers, tone deaf and hot. Let's fucking off her. Commentator previously called the pop star and actress girl bosses who flew too close to the sun. Candace Owens? Blake Lively? Blake Lively appears to respond to the backlash to tone-deaf publicity for It Ends With Us.
Hi everyone, me Tano here, the internet's busiest music nerd, and it's time for a review of the new Taylor Swift album, The Life of a Showgirl. This is the 12th full-length studio album from, I guess, who's the biggest songwriter on the planet, Miss Taylor Swift. What can be said about Taylor Swift that has not been said a million bajillion times already, or would even be widely agreed upon by everybody? Continually, I find the strangest thing about Taylor Swift to be that there is just so little agreement on her, despite her immense fame and exposure. She's almost like a Rorschach test for pop fans.
Yeah, I just realized I think this lyric is about me. I like him cloaked in Gucci. Remember when I got canceled for having a famous Gucci shirt? I think she was talking about me, dude. She must have seen the GQ photo shoot. Yeah. That's what it is, actually. Canceled friend reference. What the fuck is this, bro? What? Huh? I feel like I shouldn't be seeing this. I feel like my eyes should not be gazing upon that. I think she also had a 4chan account. No, dude, I don't think she has a fucking 4chan account. But what would be the purpose? I think she's a boring, banal lib, dude, when it comes to her politics. I don't think she's like, the fuck are you guys talking about? What is it about Taylor Swift that makes people, both lovers and haters alike, that go absolutely nutty mode? And by the way, boring and banal libs can still exhibit white supremacist qualities. Abso-fucking-lutely. That doesn't mean. And boring, banal liberals could also turn into MAGA as well. That's not what I'm, I just don't think that she was like into 4chan style neo-Nazi memes or whatever.
At this point, I would say, because not only are there just such vastly different reads of her and her music in terms of if it's good, if it's not, if it's deep, if it's shallow, so on and so forth, but often many of these takes say more about the person giving them than Taylor herself. One thing is for sure, wherever Taylor Swift and her music goes, some kind of debate is sure to follow, and I will give credit where it's due and say that the past 5 years of her career have just been masterfully played in terms of her output, her accomplishments, and her ability to engage and enthrall her audience. Because not only did you have those pandemic era indie folk sister albums, which in my opinion were kind of the creative highlight of her career thus far, but then in addition to that, there was also the massively successful Eras tour. And let's not also forget, she was re-recording and re-releasing all of her older records in order to have master's copies of those albums that she fully owned, only for her to have recently bought all of her masters back anyway. And then also, she was still dishing out new album cycles too, between Midnights, as well as the very lengthy and massive Tortured Poets Department, both sort of divisive albums in their own right in her catalog, but their commercial success cannot be denied. So even if they weren't strokes of creative genius, they most definitely showcase strokes of marketing genius. So Taylor is truly at a point right now.
What? Swiftie is 17 years here. She did, in fact, have a 4chan account as far as we know. She wasn't into alt-right memes, but was just there for attention. Wait, what? she had a 4chan account? Wait, what do you mean? It's an anonymous poster. What do you mean? That sounds fucking crazy. That sounds like something 4chan itself cooked up. She used 4chan to name her cat Meredith. Like, people don't even have 4chan accounts in general. Why fans think Taylor Swift has a 4chan account. Okay, we can't even fucking... Oh my God, let's stay on message
now
here.
In her career where she is really just operating with cheat codes on. She can truly just do anything she wants just because. But despite everything currently coming up Taylor, it does seem that she is trying to do her best to give her fan base a highly demanded reset of sorts with the life of a showgirl. And how is she doing that? Well, first off, she is cutting the fat, basically throwing away the endless sprawl and lengthy run times of projects like Folklore and Evermore Together, as well as the Tortured Poets Department, which, if you remember, pretty much got extended out to 2 full albums with the deluxe edition. And this project is also in its own way a departure from the sonics and instrumentation on Midnights 2, because at least for now, Taylor Swift is moving away from her tried and trusted producers, Jack Antonoff, as well as...
So I'm being shown something it took people years to figure out. Wait, I don't immediately understand this. It must be fake. I mean, it just sounds so far-fetched. Am I crazy? That does seem like super far-fetched. Because, first of all, like, people just don't have... Do people even have accounts on fucking 4chan? You're just out of touch with the reality? I guess maybe. Like, it's anonymous. It's very, very... It's for the most part, it's anonymous. So it's like unlikely that she would have an account on an anonymous fucking messaging board, specifically known for being like, fucking, it's a 30-year-old white girl, but if someone had an account, wait, what? Back in the day, you could have something called a trip code that would allow you to post with a username. Is that what happened? Pretty sure Liv Agar's QAA pod did an episode on this years back and found the claim dubious. You make so many assumptions based on something you admit you know nothing about. Like, where's your curiosity? I mean, I do know about 4chan. That's why I'm thinking that it's not very... It seems a bit far-fetched. Because I am not oblivious to 4chan. The hacker known as 4chan.
Aaron Dessner, as a lot of fans seemingly had like an increasing distaste for a lot of the very moody and airy and low impact instrumentals they were bringing to the table. And she has decided instead for the life of a showgirl to team up once again with Max Martin and Shellback, production legends who were there years ago when Taylor Swift was essentially making her first transitions from the world of country to pop music. There's also the matter of the title and messaging and the album rollout and the track list of this record too, which made it pretty apparent from the outset this record in some measure was going to be an analysis, a commentary on Taylor Swift's fame, her life in the limelight, the public image shift she has foreseen in recent years, maybe also recent controversies, elements of her life that are under the magnifying glass now, like her relationship with fiancé Travis Kelce, maybe even ways in which her name has been forced into the world of politics. I mean, it was as recently as August that the president was truthing about this woman, talking about how she's a woke singer and no longer hot, and how he can't stand her, which is a kind of insane thing for a pop star to have to experience, even if it is this president. But from the start of this record, it's clear that Taylor Swift has something much more personal in mind, as the opening track here is about, yes, a relationship, which may for Taylor Swift be a typical topic, but is it a typical angle? No, because in Taylor Swift's relationship tales, she's usually a power player, or if she is feeling screwed over, she's boldly asserting her side of the story. But now in this instance, she is depicting herself as essentially having her life saved by Travis' love, because if he did not love and care for her, she would befall the same fate Ophelia did after Hamlet rejected her. I mean, let's also not forget that he murked her dad too, which, you know, that's also pretty bad. But yeah, it's a very, if not for you, sort of perspective that we don't often hear from Taylor. And this is a shift narratively that she acknowledges in at least one line on the song. But still, it is a significant change. Regardless, though, I do enjoy this opener quite a bit, because I do think the hyperbole going on with this track does play into the idea of an album called The Life of a Showgirl. You know, things are going to be hammed up a little bit, possibly. And in addition to that, I like the production on this track too. It's very punchy, elegant pop music with refined arrangements that have a bit of an orchestral touch to them. So don't go into this album presuming that just because Max Martin is in the mix, we're going to get another synth-heavy, indie-fied set of metropolitan bangers, because that is not what this record is. This is very much clearly not another 1989. Comparatively, I would say this track has more in common with like a Florence and the Machine song, but, you know, just like a little lighter and not so over the top. And I would say still at this point too, vocally, Taylor is still exhibiting a lot of Lana Del Rey influence. She just cannot like let go of the impact that woman's sound and singing has had on her. But at least this time around, she's doing a slightly better job of kind of owning it in a way to where it doesn't feel like she's just doing an imitation. So
I'm putting on every white guy's take. Yeah, this makes the most sense. No. Well, I mean, I am trying to. I mean, first of all, we started off by listening to another a brown lady, so it's not even correct.
In addition to this, I would say a lot of these same elements are present on the following track, Elizabeth Taylor, but they're turned up to 11 with bigger drums, grand piano touches, strings, shoutier vocal passages too. Really cute lines as well, like "Be my NY when Hollywood hates me." And the track for the most part seems to very much be about how love and fame intersect for her, while also addressing her potential shelf life as a public figure. Following this, we have Opalite, which I would say is another highlight on the album, contributing to a pretty strong first leg. And the verses on this track read with the same groovy, soft pop rock instrumental palettes that you might catch on a Fleetwood Mac classic. But then it bursts into this jubilee of 60s girl group vocal harmonies. Big contrast, but simultaneously, Taylor and her collaborators somehow make it work. And they've really modernized this sound with sequence drums and digital reverbs that make all the instrumentation sound real starry. Overall, it's one of the more toned down songs in the track list here, but still, it's smooth and catchy nonetheless, and a welcome change from a lot of the turgid and tedious pacing of many songs from Tortured Poets. But Showgirl, as direct as it is not entirely a simple listen, because Taylor very quickly in this track list begins to complicate things a little bit with some very strange messaging and points of view, like on Father Figure, which is another number that does stick with me, honestly, instrumentally and melodically. I do think it's quite the earworm. And I also appreciate how the drama of this track fits in with the...
You don't listen to music, so you won't know, but this review reeks of Fantano taking Dark Money. The album is that bad. Dark Money? You think Anthony Fantano took Dark Money Like Taylor Swift funded Anthony Fantano's review.
Aesthetics and the overall mood.
He gave it a 4 out of 10. Guys, spoiler, dude.
And vibe of a showgirl album. On some level, it does feel like Taylor is a little in character. As to me, this song kind of reads like the act of putting on a mask so you can get away with saying the sort of things that you actually want to say. As on this song, Taylor is very much playing out a bit of a power fantasy, talking about some sort of protege who she pings as reminding her of a younger version of herself. But deeper into the song, the lyrics talk more about Taylor's own character than this person, kind of portraying herself as this very benevolent father figure who protects the family and is kind of like guiding and helping this person, and all they ask for in return is that they are loyal. And while at first this figure comes across like, very nice and very understanding, I mean, still the way this operates, it's still very cold-blooded, it's business-oriented, it's his way or the highway. It's actually maybe a little Trumpian, especially as she drops lines about how her dick is bigger, and also you'll be sleeping with the fishes before you know you're drowning. So yeah, there are elements of this track and this character that are kind of unhinged, and as catchy as I think the track is, parts of it do skeeve me out because there are elements of it that feel like it comes from a place of sincerity. But for as much as I have some light criticisms for this song, the album begins to take a real serious nosedive into Eldest Daughter, which musically is kind of like your stereotypical millennial somber piano ballad. Taylor really retracts the claws on this one and instead portrays herself as somebody who is just overcome with sadness because of how dark and cynical the internet is, with lines like, everybody's so punk on the internet, everyone's unbothered till they're not, every joke's just trolling and memes, sad as it seems, apathy is hot. And not that these feelings or observations are completely inaccurate, but it's more of an issue of the messenger versus the message. Because, I mean, you're Taylor Swift. You're not the lone bleeding heart in an ocean of trolls and haters. Like, the way that you operate in the world and present yourself is just as calculated as any of these haters who are trying their best to act like they don't care. In fact, Taylor does exactly that deeper into the album, which we will get to in a bit, I guess. So she doesn't even live up to the portrayal that she gives herself on this song. And to further add to the disconnected fantasy world this song exists in, you have lines like, I've been afflicted by a terminal uniqueness. I've been dying just from trying to seem cool. I'm sorry, I get indigestion just thinking of saying that line. I've been afflicted by a terminal uniqueness. Dude, do you have 4 months left to live? Like, what stage is this terminal uniqueness? Has it gotten into the lungs? After this, we have Ruin the Friendship, which more like Ruin the Song. I mean, it's not the most unique pop songwriter song out there for sure. But, if you like some old school Taylor Swift or some Jewel, you'll at least find something in the very personal and tragic story this song has to offer, as the track is all about a high school crush, the nostalgia, the imagery, the tension of, wanting to kiss this guy. But then suddenly, he passes away in an absolutely...
The fact that every one of these Taylor Swift lines is 100% sincere makes me cringe that much more intense. Yeah, I mean, that in and of itself is like fine. I feel like people treat that as though it's like a ridiculous statement, but like, yeah, it's just, it's just fucking cringe. No, that's what it is, right?
Genuinely heart-wrenching moment. But then Taylor's takeaway and advice from this point forward, given that fact, is you should have made sure that you made out with him anyway. Like, the relationship status in the song is a bit muddy, and I would hate for someone to take the wrong message away from this track and think like, I should just wantonly try to steal other people's girlfriends and boyfriends because who cares? It's better than living with the regret of having not made out with them in case they die. Following from here, we have more low points, like with the song Actually Romantic, which is a pop rock number with a very tried and true chord progression that, believe me, you've heard a million times. But sadly, the performance on this track never really truly rocks. It just stays kind of...
One thing that I've experienced with what do you call it, with comedians, is that when they reach a certain point in their career, because comedy, just like music, is about your personal reflections, your personal experiences, things that you have observed, things that you've experienced, and trying to make light of that, right? That's what comedy's about. And music is not dissimilar to that as well. Music is also about your lived experiences, your relationships, you know, the ups and downs and stuff like that. One thing that I've noticed with like comedians is when they reach a certain point and become incredibly wealthy, they become out of touch. They become out of step with regular folk. Okay? And I think that's part of the reason why it's like difficult for Taylor Swift to come out with relatable albums the wealthier she gets. The wealthier she becomes, the more out of touch she becomes with the regular people, and the less she can tap into that well of personal experiences that are otherwise considered relatable. So I think that's part of the problem with, Taylor Swift, regular girl next door, high school sweetheart, and that kind of experiences that she can invoke. Because we are talking about a multi-billionaire who flies everywhere with private jets, who is one of the most famous people in America, who is going to have a hard time the older she gets, and the more wealthy and more successful she becomes. She's going to have a harder time tapping into the regular experiences that other people are going through. And I guess like part of that, I said one of the most famous people in America, and someone immediately says in the world, period. I mean, in America and in the Western world in general, for sure. But like I suspect if you were to go to Korea or something and you put up Taylor Swift next to, I don't know, like who's the guy who's the iconic League player, Baker, or even like, yeah, BTS or whatever, like obviously, different parts of the world, different strokes for different folks. This girl has been out of touch, rich since she was a fetus. Sure, billionaire Swift is out of touch, but she was never in touch with anything more than being a perpetually love-struck teen at one point. And now she's 30 plus. I just, It said Joe Alwyn helped her write Lover. Travis helped write this one. Wait, what? Stop. I don't think Travis Kelce knows how to write, let alone wrote the album. I think you were making a joke, right? You were making a joke about how like... That's not... I don't think Travis Kelce is literate.
Thin and stiff the entire time, even as the drums are like, at full capacity for this song anyway, which is unfortunate because I think
between the two of them, Travis is the one who went and graduated from college just saying, yeah, that doesn't mean much. Okay.
If a track this snarky and this unhinged is going to be pulled off effectively, Taylor should really...
Travis, his tongue sticking out, is like, yo, write that line about the redwood penis. Talk about my erection.
just be going full on into this feeling and this response here, which don't give me that bullshit about how Anthony, she's supposed to be acting nonchalant on the song. I'm sorry, you're writing a response to somebody. The nonchalance is out the window. You are totally and fully giving a care. And you're literally dropping lyrics about how this person's obsession with you makes you wet. Go crazy with it. Go insane. Go over the top. Get unhinged. There are currently a lot of allegations around the internet right now proposing that this song is in fact about Charlie XCX because maybe the song is Taylor picking up on the meaning behind Sympathy is a Knife from Charlie's last record, Brat, which if Taylor is the person Charlie is singing about on that song, it's not a diss. It's not an insult. It's not in anything. Charlie is singing about somebody who is a source of insecurity for her, which if that's you, Taylor, you are merely a placeholder in that situation. I'm sorry. Anybody who reached a point of success that you did in that dynamic would be a source of anxiety and insecurity for Charlie in that song. Again, if people supposing that this is about Charlie XCX, if they're correct. But yeah, if Taylor was going to write a response to somebody about someone who is seemingly obsessed with her and has negative things to say about her behind.
Deeper dive into the beef. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's get the Brat beef out of the way. It's kind of interesting because like
Swift.
Charlie XCX and Taylor Swift both endorsed Kamala Harris. Not that it really matters in this situation, but Charlie XCX also has canceled friends, right? I mean, she's like homies with the Red Scare Girls and shit like that. So I don't really know. I don't really know what to make of this. Oh, God. I don't really know what to make of that. Charlie didn't endorse. She called Kamala a brat. Okay, well, that's an endorsement. Is it not? She wrote a song about Dasha on Brat, and all these leftists are like, oh, Charlie. Yes, this is a little bit like high school drama between 30-year-old billionaire versus 30-year-old. I don't know if she's a millionaire, but
was dancing and having the best time during Charlie XCX's performance at the Grammys while planning to release a whole diss track towards her. Let's talk about this new diss track and whether or not Taylor misunderstood the Charlie song that started this all. So last year, Charlie released the song Sympathy is a Knife on her album Brat, and the song is about feeling insecure around a very successful woman. Fans were convinced this song was about Taylor because of the lyric, don't want to see her backstage.
I will say, like, regardless of my opinion of who Charlie XCX is or whatever, or the Kamala Brat memes being overcooked, I do think that her album was a banger. I did like it a lot. I listened to it quite a bit. It was pretty good. And I don't really listen to a lot of music.
At my boyfriend's show, fingers crossed behind my back, I hope they break up quick. Charlie's man, George Daniel, is in the 1975 with Maddie Healy, who Taylor was dating in 2023. So that is how Charlie would see Taylor backstage at her boyfriend's show. Charlie also tweeted Sympathy is a Knife the same day Taylor's album, The Tortured Poets Department, dropped. So all signs were pointing to this song being about Taylor. After this song and Brat came out, though, Taylor continued to show support towards Charlie. Taylor gave a quote to a New York Magazine story about Charlie in August of 2024 that said, I've been blown away by Charlie's melodic sensibilities since I first heard Stay Away in 2011.
It is pretty crazy that, wait, is this drama somehow related back to like, does Adam Friedland play a role in this? Because like, isn't that why that relationship had a lot of friction? Because Maddie Healy went on TAFs and set up and was like really trying to impress Nick Mullen and Adam Friedland. And then in an effort to do so, he said some like crazy shit on there. And then the Swifties who were like super woke at the time got real mad. It even led to like Ice Spice appearing alongside Taylor Swift later down. It kind of feels like he might have played a role in this album. Yeah, this is Adam Friedland causing this multi-year long crash out from Taylor Swift is my 9/11 50 Shades of Grey domino effect. Charlie used the attention on her to post on her story about the protests going on in Israel, and Taylor's ex Joe would do this as well. Travis Kelce's response to Wood.
I mean, it's so descriptive. I've listened to it like 3,000 times. It's insane. It starts subtle, but the second verse is just not subtle at all. Not subtle at all by the end. It's crazy. What's going on, you guys? Oh, you heard the song. Bro, it's crazy. Good for you, pal. Pat, you've been showering next to me for years. You know, I mean, yeah, I've seen it, but I've never seen you put it to work. Yeah, you know that Mark Jackson meme where it says, like, I'm sorry, I was unfamiliar with your game until now? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like that, but with your I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just that good. You might be the coolest guy I know. I can't believe I'm throwing passes to a tripod. I'm not gonna lie, the podcast shot I was saying. The most famous pop star on earth wrote a song about how great your dick game is, and your big takeaway was that she shouted out your podcast. It's free advertising, all right? The free advertising is that everybody knows you're packing a hip breaker down there. You're the coolest guy I know, Trav. She called it a redwood tree several times. Yeah, several times. And a magic wand. So is this gonna make it?
I thought the 1970s Five Guys is some legitimately racist stuff about Ice Spice, not just woke shit. No. He like I said, he was trying to impress Adam Friedland and Nick Mullen. And if you're not a comedian and you try to do that, you're gonna come across as saying some wild shit.
Writing is surreal and inventive always.
Which then
she just takes a song to place.
Which then literally led to, this is what she posted, Israeli protests. Charlie XA shared a post or a story about the protests in Tel Aviv demanding an end to the war in Gaza. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis joined nationwide protests to demand an end to a war in Gaza. I mean, it's, you know. All right, cool.
You wouldn't expect it to go, and she's been doing it consistently for over a decade. I love to see hard work like that pay off. And that was the same story that highlighted the photo shoot Charlie did with a severed, bloody hand that had a friendship bracelet on. A lot of fans thought that this was some sort of shade towards Taylor because Taylor's whole brand at the time was friendship bracelets, which were insanely popular during the Eras tour. But Taylor was still vibing to Charlie's performance at the Grammys. Taylor recorded The Life of a Showgirl in summer of 2024, which means that she gave a quote to an article praising Charlie and danced to her performance at the Grammys while already having her song, her diss track, Actually Romantic made. The song is about someone who hates on Taylor so much to the point where Taylor is actually flattered by it because it's giving fan behavior. The opening lines of the song are, heard you call me boring Barbie when the cokes got you brave, high fives my ex, and then you said you're glad he ghosted me. And this is the chorus.
Okay, this also feels like I'm not mad. I'm not even, I don't even care. I'm not mad at all, by the way. Like, that's what it's giving. Right? And for me, it's like, you're Taylor Swift. Like, you shouldn't. You shouldn't in general. You should not care about anything. You're Taylor fucking Swift. It reminds me almost of like the Mr. Beast moment where he was like mad about, he was like posting about Caleb. She wrote about her taking an L. Well, the Maddie Healy stuff is sensitive. It's her trigger.
Now, Sympathy is a Knife by Charlie really isn't a diss track at all. It's about Charlie's insecurities with comparing herself to other successful women. So if Taylor based Actually Romantic solely off of Sympathy is a Knife, it does feel like she misunderstood that song. Maybe she was really offended by the friendship bracelet shoe, but then why go and dance to her performance at the Grammys? Like,
yeah, well, she's not even mad. That's the point. People don't like how unbothered she is now. I mean, if she wasn't mad, she wouldn't say the cokes got you brave. If she actually wasn't mad, she just wouldn't make a song about it. Am I crazy? Like, I feel like that's not... Am I crazy? I'd be mad too. Charlie makes music that actually slaps. Also, she's hot. Two things. Okay, calm down. In the song, she implies she knows a lot of things Charlie has said about her regarding Maddie Healy. So this song is a more I know more than you think I know. You're fake and obsessed, not a response to sympathy is a knife.
I just don't understand. This is sad though. I mean, there was a time when Charlie and Taylor were singing Shake It Off together every single night when Charlie was opening for Taylor on the Reputation tour. Let me know what you guys think of all of this and make sure to follow me for more music tea.
Deep canyons on coastline.
So why are we assuming this is about Charlie? Like, I feel like there is nothing next to implying that except for the cocaine. I like that we all assume that it's Charlie because she mentions cocaine, but I think it's I don't know. I have to pee again. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna leave you. Swifty said it was about Charlie. Okay. Why should we care about this? I'm just working through it. Okay. I'm trying to understand. It's like a boomer's first interaction with this, whatever this is.
The scenes, and she was going to call it out in the way that she is on this track. I just wish she actually drummed up some fireworks in the process instead of releasing a song that essentially feels like a tweet. After this, we have Wish List, which sonically is a fine cut. It's got a very cute, chill, shimmering beat with chimey synthesizers that give an almost wintry feel. Wouldn't be surprised to hear this track playing in the department stores this December. And the song also comes laced with a simple message. Taylor essentially singing about settling down, having some kids, getting a basketball hoop, maybe living off the grid. And she kind of compares this to the excessive and material wants and desires of everybody else. I'm not blown away by it, but it is endearing a little bit and sort of ushers in, I guess, Taylor's trad wife era a little bit. I also do sense a little bit of a T-Swizzle flow on the refrain of this track as, Taylor saying, bossed up, settled down, got a wish list. Again, it's a listenable cut. What is not very listenable is the following Wood, which essentially kind of sounds like a Maroon 5 song from the mid to early 2000s. And, it's a cute enough track about finding love, that initial attraction, but then it just kind of devolves into a bunch of winks and nods about Travis Kelce's dick, with Taylor singing about, his redwood tree and his magic wand and, his key that opened up her thighs and a hard rock. And also she was matized. You can't say dick-matized. You were literally singing about your dick earlier on the album. Yeah, as much as her heart is in this on some level, I'm sure it is. I don't know if horny is Taylor's forte. However, I am even more disturbed by the track Canceled. And no, I'm not just talking about the lyric about girl bossing too close to the sun. No, I'm actually way more bothered by the content of these verses with Taylor talking about how she doesn't care about optics.
How the fuck do you cover this dog shit but don't do any due diligence on any of the UFO shit in the government, you motherfucker? Oh my God. Oh my fucking lordy, dude. Stop it.
How she has friends with matching scars and that they live in an underworld, and about how everybody's at least at some point taken someone's man. Everyone's got bodies in the attic, and also her talking about learning the art of not getting caught doing what friends are you talking about? What underworld are you living in? This song is either one of two things. It's either Taylor Swift really building up in a hyperbolic fashion how unlikable and canceled her friend group is, which in that case it's just kind of fake and cringe, or in the other case she actually is currently surrounded by some very terrible, awful people, which How bad are we talking? How many bodies are in the attic? How many men have these people stolen? Have any of these people turned up on the Epstein flight logs? I'm just saying, like in a time and a place where there's some pretty awful people out there not getting repercussions for the terrible things they do out in the open, this is a very strange song to release. Like, very out of touch, very tone deaf. After this, honey, I just don't want to or know how to get into, because it really is a pointless snoozer of a track. It adds nothing to the album that all the songs previous to it didn't already. It's really just like the biggest nothing burger on the record. And then we have the closer, which in my opinion is just a weak finale. I mean, some of the instrumental palette changes are kind of cute and definitely kind of give way to that showgirl vibe and aesthetic and angle the album is trying to play. But all of these changes, all of this building doesn't really culminate into a grandiose finish that leaves things feeling worthy of the title, The Life of a Showgirl. I mean, sure, the song is obviously a commentary on fame and performance itself, but honestly, we've been subjected to endless strings.
Canceled his defense of Brittany Mahomes, who Trump shouted out specifically lame as fuck. Do we actually have proof on that? Like, do we know that is there confirmation? No shot you are going to do this? No, I'm asking what it is. Is she that tight with Patrick Mahomes' wife? Yes. Oh, I don't know. I didn't know that. They go on double days often. I know that Patrick Mahomes is or not Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes' wife is like is MAGA. I know that. Yes, they're besties, and Patrick Mahomes' wife used to also be besties with Travis Kelce's ex, but she dumped her for Taylor. What the fuck? Wait, hold up. Taylor Swift sends Brittany Mahomes handwritten note on the heels of canceled song speculation. Pop star wrote the Life of a Showgirl track canceled about her. The former soccer pro took their Instagram stories Monday to share the note, which was inside of an orange sparkling PR package. If you're reading this, you're someone special who's shown love, someone I admire, someone ultimately I want to celebrate with as the welcome of the life of a showgirl into the world. The note reads, Mahomes was one of the many Swift's PR lists to receive the package after fans speculated the latter track canceled was inspired by her. In the song, the Grammy winner seemingly offers a friend who's been publicly ridiculed an extended hand singing, "Did you girl boss too close to the sun? Did they catch you having far too much fun? Come with me, when they see us, they'll run. Something wicked this way comes." She then goes on to sing, "Good thing I like my friends canceled. I like them cloaked in Gucci and in scandal. Like my whiskey sour and my poison thorny flowers. Welcome to my underworld where it gets quite dark. At least you know exactly who your friends are. They're the ones with matching scars." Fans suggest that Swift's line about Gucci was a nod to Mahomes after she sported attire from the fashion powerhouse in the 2024 U.S. Open. At the time, the mom of three was on a double date with her husband, Patrick Mahomes, Swift, and Travis Kelce, who also dressed in Gucci. Swift also penned an athletic nod in the track, singing, "Single drop, you're off the roster, tone deaf and hot, let's fucking off her," which fans also speculated was about Britney. Wait, what is that? The Sports Illustrated model has come under fire online for subtly implying that she supports President Trump, notably opposing Swift's political beliefs. Britney also received heat for spraying a bottle of champagne at NFL fans after the Kansas City Chiefs defeated the Buffalo Bills. At one point, she took to X to address the hate she was receiving, writing, "I just wish I could do what I want without getting attacked every week." Bro, even I got a handwritten note from her. It's not news. Wait, I'm so confused. I thought you were on the "this is about Brittany Mahomes and she's a racist" train. And now it feels like you're saying the opposite. Which is it? The song is 100% about Blake Lively after the initial tone-deaf comments and an article calling her canceled during the movie press tour last summer before the Baldoni stuff. She wrote this album in the summer of 2024. Dog, she was spraying champagne on fans in minus 15 degrees. It was literally one of the coldest games ever. Are you a fan of the shorts and dress shirt? No, this is an abysmal fit. Especially including the fucking the shoes as well. That is craziness. That is crazy. What are you doing? Okay. What do you want? What do you want from me? For those of you who ask, why do you always do the place command? The reason why I always do the place command is because she likes to lay on the ground. Okay? She likes to be by my side, but she likes to lay on the ground. And the reason why I don't like letting her lay on the ground as opposed to that bed is because the bed, come here, is because the bed is better for her joints. Okay? Get her a better bed then? No, that bed is perfectly fine for her. Because when she lays on the ground as a big girl, it fucks up her joints. Don't let him lie to you, Chad. It's because he's a terrorist? Yeah. Why do you need to tell people this? Did something happen? Yes. It's going viral that they're claiming that the most well-trained and the most spoiled, best kept after dog on the planet is actually being abused by me, apparently. Because I gave her the place command while she was getting off, and then she yelped. These shadows don't know she broke the other beds? Yeah. She'd broken the previous bed. Bro, that dog is being abused. 4-hour streams every day of Hasan. I can't imagine. Yeah. And I suspect it's coming from, some crazy haters. They said you shocked her with a button. Yeah. In my evil villain lair. Good thing I didn't hit the fucking trapdoor button instead on accident. She reviewed food online. She yelped. No, she went when she was getting off the bed. Because I assume she like either stepped funny or clipped her fucking foot on something. I don't know. Yeah, it came from the H3 sub. They didn't even hide it. Literally the exact same people every time. People just eat it up. All the same drama freaks activated. Yes. Is it going to be in the next content? Nuke? I'm confused. How did she get shocked? Or is that fake? There's no way for her to be shocked. That is fake. The parasocials are saying you don't take her out. Isn't she off leash trained? And you literally take her out every day? Yes. I do. Across the threads is like 10K replies in an hour. Bots and AstroTurf, so dumb. It is what it is. What are you going to do? There were like 7 LSF threads about this. Ethan made like 6 Instagram posts about it. There's no real drama here. It's 100% manufactured. Shared on the C. Sam Stinney sub, then went to KKK3 sub, and then went to LSF. Probably Diddy Dan astroturfing again. Yeah. Bro, I never get threads notifications about this one, but I got one. Bobby Althoff is the CIA. Plant is an activist now. What's your verdict on Taylor Swift? I think everyone is out of control. Israel calls prominent Democrat mouthpiece for Hamas in blistering October 7 post. The Israel foreign minister said Mamdani stands with Jews only when they are dead. Incredible. All right, let's get back to the Taylor tweet. Taylor T.
This point from the pop world of, many a single, many a record that analyzes exactly that. What does this track bring to the table that all of those other songs and albums didn't already? Not much, outside of like a decent Sabrina Carpenter feature. But yeah, unfortunately, a truly forgettable ending to an album that starts a lot stronger than it finishes. But yeah, that's the life of a showgirl, I guess. Sadly, I'm very torn on.
Did I lose connection again? Am I still live? Can you guys see me? Can you see me? Because the chat stopped. I don't know if you can see me or not. Oh, fuck. This keeps happening today. I don't know why. It's very annoying. Gaia, please.
Taylor Swift had to offer this time around. In one breath, I really do like that this album was poppier, catchier, punchier, more direct and to the point. Again, cutting away at the excessive runtime of the Tortured Poets Department and all that. But simultaneously, like, this is some of Taylor Swift's worst writing lyrically she has ever done in her entire career. Worst, tackiest, most out of touch, most childish. I mean, people have been saying this, and I do tend to agree, that there are songs that she wrote when she was a teenager or in her early 20s that comparatively to many songs on this album are more mature and more poetic. But I mean, you don't even need to go back that far. Just look at some of the autobiographical and otherwise writing that was all over folklore and evermore. Like just 5 years ago, Taylor was writing immensely more mature and smarter tracks that had just a lot more depth to their emotions, to their storytelling, to a lot of things, frankly. Sadly, I feel like this record's biggest issue is that it truly is just dumbed down, which is why I'm feeling a light to decent 4 on this one.
People are saying this is too positive of a review for Fantano because he's like a routine slapper of 2s on albums. Are you going to talk about Zach Bryan cancellation by Hogs? Yes. Now that we're doing a music segment, of course I'm going to be talking about Zach Bryan as well, who has been going nutty mode, outlaw country style. Okay? I don't think this is I don't think this is a positive review at all. 4 out of 10? How is that fucking positive? Holy fuck, he's watching the stream and bringing all the equally brain dead fans in here? Who? What? This is too high for Taylor Swift haters and too low for Swifties. Yeah. Do you mean the rhetoric isn't harsh enough? How does Gavin Newsom game more than you? You already know why. Anyway. Where were we? Oh. Is too high for me as a Swiftie. I'm going to be honest. I think she's paying people. Yeah, I don't think Anthony Fantano got paid. I'll be honest. You have to make sure you're a human. What the fuck's going on today? I can't even go on fucking Genius. Eldest Daughter by Taylor Swift. 5th track on the Life of a Showgirl falls on the vulnerability that's undeniably displayed on Swift's track 5s. The track deals with the mental struggles that often come with both being an oldest child and elder sister, and now Swift has taken her learnings from being an older sister and used them when dealing with her fame. No, not that one. Your gate is clipping when you first talk. Wait, really? Is there something wrong? Everything is breaking. I'm breaking. Buddy, I'm starting to think you are in on the Swiftie super PAC. I just don't. Yeah, I did see this on the iTunes account. People were saying before September 2025, the last time this account tweeted was in 2019. We can all see what's happening here, and it's fucking embarrassing, man. I guess like they basically pumped it from every angle they possibly can. Side note, massive side note, I just got followed by Twitch user Hasan fans _ blind sheep. Yeah. Hasan abusing the dog now is crazy. Yeah. I don't have any audio issues or anything. Thank you. Dude, it's so funny that people are claiming that I'm abusing my dog when this dog literally lives a better life than every single person. Like literally every single person. 2 hours of park time, extreme cardio in the morning, hanging out with their best friends, fighting, not like dog fighting, but also, you know, just play fighting with her friends for hours on end. Like, it's one of the funniest angles of attack. Normal people know that you obviously don't abuse your dog, dude. I know, but fucking abnormal people are. There's literally one person pushing this because he's coping about being a terrible fucking dog owner who lets his animals shit everywhere. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Oh, Vanilla Mace's reaction. We were gonna do that. Was not a shock collar used? No, dude. No. The clip does look fishy. I don't think you can run away from that one. There is no running away. What the fuck do you want me to what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do? Be at the fucking mercy of the most schizophrenic people of all time? It's ridiculous. Wait, what the fuck?
Girl, you can never please everyone. And that's the thing. Taylor can't win with you guys. The album is supposed to be hated on. It's a metaphor for how, as a showgirl, you can never please everyone. And that's the thing. Taylor can't win with you guys. Midnight was too poppy for y'all. So then she shifted to Tortured Poets Department, which was too deep. And now she took all your feedback and put it together, and she made like Showgirl, and it's not enough for you. So when will it be enough? Did you girl boss too close to the sun? You are not allowed to hate on that song because that's about her great grandmother's aunt, Aunt Helga, who passed away in the quakes in 2004. I'm not.
Okay, this is a meme. Let's see what watching Cutie Cinderella go through 5 stages of grief with the life of a showgirl is so funny. We already watched this. We didn't finish that one. Let me see what Vanilla Mace had to say. Okay, fuck.
Inflicted by
Mudded.
terminal uniqueness. I've been dying just from trying to seem cool.
Terminal uniqueness. Put that on a shirt.
I'm not a bad bitch, and this isn't savage, but I'm never gonna let you down. I'm never gonna leave you.
I genuinely, like, I'm not even kidding. I genuinely think it's a joke. Like that, I'm being serious. I think it's a joke, and she's gonna be like, just kidding, y'all, here's the real one. That's how I had a revelation. I'm like, dude, why are people so mean to Taylor? Like, come on, me trying to just see the good in everyone. I'm like, guys. So then when this album was coming out, and you know, Cutie was so excited, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt for this album. As someone who is not necessarily a Taylor Swift fan, I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. When I went in there and Cutie started playing some of these songs and doing a tier list, I couldn't believe my ears. I genuinely couldn't believe my ears. It literally sounded like AI. I'm not kidding. It sounded like ChatGPT wrote it. She literally was like, that's why you're bae, and that's why I'm swag, and that's why he's the GOAT, and that's why I'm mad. And genuinely, that's what the fucking album sounded like. I'm not even over exaggerating. That's genuinely, if you haven't listened, that's dead ass what the album sounds like. Like, it's literally that bad. Like, it's everything's just.
She's gonna come out and say Travis Kelce wrote it, and then she was like, that lyric was from Travis Kelce.
Memes and everything is just trolls. She literally says that. I'm not making that up. She dead ass says that part. The girl boss too close to the sun. Oh, just everything about it is so cringingly millennial, and this is coming from somebody who is a fucking millennial.
She says everything is just trolling and memes in a song. I feel like there are a couple things that you're not supposed to do. Okay, if you're a director, you're not supposed to put iPhones in your movie. You're not supposed to put smartphones in your movie, because I feel like it genuinely ruins like a form of communication, and that we have yet to figure out a way to like showcase the back and forth and like text message conversation and stuff like that in modern day. Like, it's just never good. Whenever someone tries to showcase text messages, it's like very difficult. Now, obviously, there are some who are able to do that well. Paul Thomas Anderson, but it's just still not like a very cinematic thing. Okay. This is a real issue, by the way. This is not even a fucking, or not Paul Thomas Anderson. Sorry. I was thinking of Eddington, Ari Aster. But this is a real problem that directors have, which is why in most movies, if you notice, like in most modern movies, they like try to stay away from showcasing like phones in general. The reason why I say that is because it just doesn't look aesthetically pleasing. It just like brings you out of it. It brings you out of the world that they've built. A brief look at texting and internet and film. Anyway, that was 11 years ago. Okay, things have gotten even more aggressive, especially because like there is a fuck ton of texting and a fuck ton. Like we use this shit all the time. It's always on us, right? And it would basically destroy, like if you were to do it, if you were to use smartphones in movies as much as we use it in the real world, I feel like it would look strange. Like there would be a lot less interpersonal relationships and things of that nature. But basically, I would go so far as to say that utilizing the terms trolling and memes is in a similar vein. Okay? Like you should under no circumstance in any song ever say, if you are a serious recording artist, a musician, things like trolling and memes. Oh my God. Oh, Lordy. That's like it fucking dates the song for no reason. I think it dates the song and it's no longer timeless. And it's just, I don't know. Like, I feel like if you were to make a song about like being cyberbullied, you would probably, dog needs a better owner, Sag. Good luck. It's giving faillennial. Yeah, well, even if you were to do a song about like cyberbullying or some shit, it would have to be about something else. Okay? It would have to be about like, it would have to be an analog to cyberbullying. You could be a great owner, but what you did was fucked up, casually shocking her. I didn't do that. Why are there so many people who are so easily fucking duped? It's just my fans themselves as well. They get like the most easily tricked community members of all time. You keep addressing it, man, they won't stop. No, that's what I mean. It's just like there's nothing I can do about that. Is the juicer coming in? Exit a breakdown of it. Oh my God. Prince is called and says dating songs is an overrated concern. When you keep reading the comments, they get encouraged to keep baiting you. That's true.
When you found me, I said I was.
What is this? Why is the bar like this? Taylor uses the term kismet in one of her songs. Respect. Don't read my last comment. What is this? I need to be honest with you. I fully believe everything that is wrong with this album can be attributed to you. It is not your fault. If you never had to lose your foreskin, I think the butterfly effect from that could have drastically altered the world we live in currently, including the ass quality of this album. It's true. I did it. I'm the reason. I'm the reason why my own foreskin is gone, and so is yours. I think like a part of the anger that I think is perfectly just was the AI album release. But that I assume that wasn't. Yeah, there was definitely AI in part of the album release. Like there was AI art. But that I don't think was like deliberate. Like I don't think she was like, yeah, let's definitely use AI art. Like I don't think she like okayed it, if that makes sense. Because I feel as though I don't think Taylor Swift would do that deliberately. She probably hired a third party to do that. Did you help write this album from Taylor? Be honest, you're trying to fuck over the Swifties, aren't you? Yes. And then also, the other thing that people are frustrated about was the fact that she did like multiple releases or something. Like she's doing like, what is it called? Like she's doing like a fuck ton of albums. Like she's doing 38, 36 releases. Like that's crazy. And that people have criticized her about that before. I think she's done that before. Where she, like, people claim that she's doing that to, one, farm her audience, but also people have criticized her for, or people have speculated that she's doing that for staying on the top of charts. Isn't that what it is? Like to continue charting. It is what it is.
Classic that's going to be talked about as one of her finest pieces, you know, one of her top tracks or anything. But it wasn't nails on a chalkboard or anything. It didn't feel like it was just lazy throwaway garbage. Like I didn't feel like I was listening to "You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack" or something. Like it was just very simple. Not to throw shade at "You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack," of course. But the point is, it just felt like a really normal Taylor Swift album. It wasn't extraordinary, but I don't think it was nearly as bad as I'm hearing a lot of people say. The only track on here that actually did raise my eyebrow was "Wood," which is a song about Travis Kelce's wiener. It's about a little more than that, but that's kind of like the focus is Travis Kelce's meat. Kind of lyrics that just make you go, ooh, instead of have you snapping your fingers. Forgive me, it sounds cocky. He amatized me. I actually had to look up what that was. It's apparently dickmatized instead of hypnotized, where you get fucked so good that you get hypnotized, apparently, at least according to fan interpretations of that line. There's a lot of layers to this onion. Of course, it's very deep songwriting. And opened my eyes, redwood tree, it ain't hard to see, his love was the key that opened my thighs. Girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know a hard rock is on the way. Oh, Like when I heard that for the first time, it brought out the same feeling as the first time I heard Riley Reid freestyle rap. It was just, it was visceral. These lyrics really do feel like something I myself would write as a joke for one of our songs, The Gentle Men. And who knows, maybe Taylor Swift is a fan of The Gentle Men and was inspired by our songwriting styles. Because like I could see myself writing some shit like that for a goofy track. You know, penis appointment, you know I'm on time. He's dunking his balls like MJ in his prime. Like, it really does sound like something I would have cooked up for sillies. But I don't know, the way the rest of the song, it kind of plays it pretty straight, like pretty serious. And it's just, I don't know. That, out of all the songs on the album, that's the only one where I was like, oh. But anyway, enough about the album itself. I think it is just like a very normal, generic Taylor Swift album. Do I think it's anything special? No. Do I think it's anything abhorrent and as awful as everyone else seems to think it is? Also no. But I did see a banger tweet that a buddy of mine sent me that I guess kind of sums it up nicely. I said, Taylor Swift's new album sucks and I didn't even get a single death threat from a Swiftie. That's how bad it is. Rosa, don't know. Since basically the beginning of Taylor Swift's career, anyone that speaks out saying like, I didn't really like that, they get dogpiled.
She literally stole her lyrics from a tweet. I mean, that's... Swifties, when Ariana sings about her sex and doesn't write it like he stuck his long wood in my redwood forest and let his sap ferment my... Oh my God. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see his love was the key that opened my thighs. I just think that she's not very sexy. And it feels like a person who doesn't like do a lot of like sexy stuff trying to do a sexy thing. Does that make sense? I don't mean like she's not hot or anything. I'm just saying that like she doesn't. How do I explain it? Oh, this stream's about to get you canceled, bro. No. I don't mean like she's not attractive. I mean like ooh, salacious, sultry. That sort of thing. You know? She's not your type, dude. No, you're misunderstanding me. I think Taylor Swift is beautiful. I think she's attractive. That's not what I'm talking about at all. I don't know. I don't really get like super sultry vibes from her, like seductive, sexy as a persona. Like she's not very raunchy. And then in this album, when she's being raunchy or trying to be raunchy, it comes across as like somewhat cringe almost. If that makes sense. Sabrina Carpenter is a good example of someone who's good at it. Yeah, but even Sabrina Carpenter has had her moments where like being sexy is tough. Okay, it's kind of like how you think about whenever people their sexts, there's text messages where they're sexting are outed, and it's like your body is tea, right? It's difficult to already be kind of sultry and salacious and sexy. And even Sabrina Carpenter sometimes will like have moments where it's like comes across as weird, odd. Like when she was talking about BBC, I Want That in Me. Like that's a strange, maybe somewhat racialized thing to say that I but in that moment, you had an off moment and you kind of said that and it's odd. But like in other circumstances, she obviously is very, very sultry and salacious and tantalizing and sexy. Does that make sense? So even someone who is like swagged out and sensual in most circumstances can have a moment where maybe they didn't come across as sexy as she intended. And I do feel like a lot of the references that Taylor Swift makes to her husband's penis comes across that way. You're not a sexy guy in this way. Stop it. I'm not. I know that. I'm not. I'm not very sensual and sexy either. I don't
By
think.
Swifties with death threats, oftentimes racism. Like the Swiftie online reputation has been pretty scary for a while, actually. And of course, it's not all Swifties, obviously, but it's enough to be kind of like a common thought, a stereotype for Swifties that has been around for a while, where if you say you don't like something about Taylor Swift or her album.
No, you saying the Sabrina thing was whack is whack. It was because the BBC said she couldn't do the dirty outro. She made a joke about the BBC thing, wishing she added in her to not do the outro, bro. Yeah, but it was a fucking double entendre. Like, what are you talking about? She quite literally follows that up, that lyric with the fuck? I mean, it was a double entendre. It was a play on words. It was a little bit cringe, but like the reason why I'm using her as an example is because she is objectively very good at doing that kind of like talking about being sexy and being hot and being desired. It's a part of her persona. It's a part of her. It's a part of her whole appeal and her shtick. You know what I mean? So the reason why I was mentioning that is because even someone who is very good at presenting herself that way can sometimes still come across as like, kind of cringe, and it happens. But Taylor Swift, on top of that, is not exactly known for doing that kind of sexy talk, if that makes sense.
Get ready for some of the most colorful insults you'll ever read and a lot of death threats. So now with the actual album itself out of the way, let's talk about how she monetized it, how she tried to squeeze more money from all of her fans, because it is egregious. I think this is probably why there are so few people coming to her defense here, because this is kind of indefensible. This is an article from a site called Defector that kind of broke it all down and gave like their review of it and talking about the monetization here and how greedy it is. So, upon announcing the album, Swift put up a vinyl for pre-order on her site, and then another, and then another. Before the album was even released, she had promoted and sold on her site 8 exclusive vinyl variants in different colors with different names, and 8 CDs and 1 sweater which comes with a CD. The vinyls cost $34, the CDs cost $20, the sweater CD cost $70, and one of those was a Target exclusive edition. Don't forget Target. The marketing scheme for each of these releases, which came one after another, was scarcity. They will sell out. You will never have another opportunity. Hurry, show your love and devotion. And unsurprisingly, it was a very successful business model. She's apparently sold 2.7 million copies of the album in physical and digital. When she announced it on the New Heights podcast, she promised this album wouldn't have any bonus tracks. Historically, Swift has sold her fans the album and then asked them to buy it again to access extra songs. The Life of a Showgirl, she promised, was fully complete, but then on Saturday night, another countdown appeared on her website, and at the end of it, she announced 4 additional CDs of the same album that fans could buy. These versions cost $8 a piece, and each includes 2 exclusive acoustic versions of songs on the album. That means that in addition to the songs on the album, Swift also recorded 8 acoustic versions, but you can only hear them if you purchase each of the 4 CDs. You have to collect this shit like pieces of Exodia here to get the whole experience. It goes on to say she didn't lie technically. There are no new songs on the CDs, just an opportunity for her to make even more money. So the songs aren't new, but they're a different recording of the same song a different way. There's really no way of justifying that. The whole purpose is just to squeeze more money out of the audience because she knows they are going to lap it up 100%.
Please click this. Is a photo of everything one Swiftie bought. Oh yeah, I saw this. Free yourselves from the belief that being a true fan of the artist equals hyper consumerism. Yeah, this is fucking nutty, dude. The amount of gear that you purchase to demonstrate fealty to thy lordship is kind of wild. Fought all the time to get the rights to all of her stuff just to be. Yeah, I mean, it's just. FYI, vinyl pressings cost about $10 to produce, and CDs about $3. They cooked her in the comments because she got a hole in her sock. How do you see that she has a hole in her sock? No, see, K-pop don't even do this. At least you get photocard album CDs as a bundle. This was individually purchased. This has been a K-pop thing forever. Every time an album comes out, I have to buy it like 5 times. She's just doing her thing. Is that a fucking Steam Deck? What is this? It does look like a Steam Deck. Someone made a chart during the Midnight's album era, which had like 5+ variants that showed that there was no singular album that contained all the songs from that era. The hole in the sock tweet. Girl, you need to buy a new pair of socks out of a bunch of variants of the same album. Oh my God. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is... Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. That is unfortunate. That's crazy. That's why she can't afford new socks. She's buying all the Taylor Swift albums. At some point, you just have to say, don't buy it. Then if an artist puts out 15 copies of the same album and people keep buying it, it's kind of on them, like with Skyrim re-releases. That is true.